Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The clock on the courthouse tower had stopped at 3:07. It had been that way for a week, since the night of the storm, and no one had yet climbed to fix it. The town of Mercy's Rest took it as a sign, a celestial pause, a held breath in the face of the ugliness that had spilled into its streets. At 3:07, according to Kyra Miller, she had been screaming into a gag, her wrists raw against the ropes, in the basement of the house on Cypress Lane. The fact that the town's timepiece froze at that exact hour was proof enough for most. Time itself had witnessed the crime and refused to move on. Camden Reed noticed it every morning on his walk from his office to the courthouse. The shadow of the motionless minute hand was a sundial of dread, marking the slow, grim passage of a different kind of time. The time of a trial. He was not a criminal lawyer. His practice was wills, property disputes, the quiet, papery law of a small town. He had been appointed because no one else would take the case, and because, in the eyes of the state, he was competent. In the eyes of Mercy's Rest, he was a traitor. The house on Cypress Lane was a Victorian fossil, its gingerbread trim like lace on a shroud. It belonged to Jenny Voss and her daughter, Erica Dodden. Ginny was 72, a widow with a spine of steel and a tongue like a rusted razor. Erica was 38, a quiet woman who worked as a librarian in the next county and kept to herself. They were odd. They were reclusive. They were, the town had decided, capable of anything. Kyra Miller was 16, with corn silk hair and eyes the color of a shallow lake. She had stumbled into the diner on Route 9, one rain-lashed Tuesday. Her clothes torn, her feet bare and bleeding, a story spilling from her lips in hysterical, gulping sobs. She spoke of being offered a ride, of a sweet drink that turned her world to syrup, of waking in a dark, damp cellar. She spoke of the two women, their faces floating in the lantern light like pale moons, their whispers cold and clinical. They had kept her for 5 days, she said. They had touched her hair, measured her, talked about her skin. They had wanted, she claimed, a daughter, a sister, a replacement. The town erupted. It was a fevered dream of righteous anger. The story confirmed every suspicion about the Voss women, their strangeness, their closed doors, their lack of men. The police, led by Chief Lundy, a man whose ambition was only matched by his sensitivity to public opinion, made the arrest in a spectacle of flashing lights. The evidence was Kyra's word, and the word was a wildfire. Camden's first meeting with his clients was in the sterile holding cell of the county jail. Jenny sat ramrod straight, her hands folded, her gaze a challenge. "They think we're witches," she said, her voice dry as fallen leaves. "Because we don't go to church bake sales. Because we read books. Because we mind our own business." Erica sat beside her, not touching, her own posture a mirror of defensive rigidity. She looked at Camden not with hope, but with a cold, analytical disappointment, as if he were just another man failing a test he didn't know he was taking. "The girl is lying," Erica stated, simple as a fact. "We have never seen her before." But the town had seen them. It had seen Jenny argue with Kyra's father over a property line years ago. It had seen Erica once sharply, tell a group of teenage boys to be quiet in the library. It had woven these threads into a rope strong enough to hang them. Camden began his work in the quiet fury of the outsider. He walked the route from where Kyra said she was taken to Cypress Lane. He noted the distance, the busy intersection she claimed to have been carried through unnoticed. He stood outside the Voss home, studying its windows. They were not dark, but they were blank, reflecting only the gray sky. Like the courthouse clock, they showed nothing of their interior workings. The basement was the prosecution's centerpiece. It was damp, stone-walled, cluttered with old furniture shrouded in sheets. It looked the part. Chief Lundy testified to finding indentations in the dust, consistent with a body. A single, frayed length of clothesline was entered into evidence. Camden ran his fingers along the cold stone. The air smelled of earth and mildew, a generic scent of neglect. He found no footprints in the dust that weren't from police boots. He found no trace of Kyra, no hair, no fiber, no scent of fear left behind. The absence of evidence was not evidence of absence. The prosecutor would thunder. But to Camden, the basement felt like a stage, hastily dressed for a performance. He met Kyra. She was fragile in a pink sweater, her hands trembling around a paper cup of water. She repeated her story with a rehearsed consistency, her eyes welling at the same points, her voice breaking on the same syllables. But when Camden asked gentle, oblique questions about the pattern on the china plate that brought her food on, about the song the women hummed, about the feel of the rope, her tears would dry up. A flicker of something hard and calculating would pass behind the lake-water eyes. It was dark, she would whisper. I was so scared. I don't remember. The community's chorus was a constant pressure. Camden found notes under his windshield wipers. Devil's advocate, they called him. Old friends avoided his gaze at the grocery store. He felt the weight of their collective stare, a physical sensation like humidity pressing on the skin. He began to see the town itself as a character in the case. Its prejudices, the true prison. Its need for a monster more urgent than any search for truth. He dug into Kyra's life. A mother who left. A father, Roy Miller, who was a genial drunk, well-liked, perpetually down on his luck. Kyra was a good student, but teachers spoke of her vivid imagination. A school counselor mentioned a pattern of attention-seeking. Then Camden found the diary. Not Kyra's, but a ledger in Roy Miller's messy hand, detailing debts to a loan shark over in Bixley. A debt that had come due with violent interest the week before Kyra's disappearance. Camden confronted Roy Miller not in an interrogation room, but in his own shabby living room, the air thick with the smell of stale beer and regret. Camden didn't accuse. He just laid out the facts, the timeline, the ledger. He spoke of the life insurance policy Roy had taken out on his daughter 2 years prior, a policy that would pay out double for accidental death or disappearance. Roy Miller's face collapsed. He didn't confess to a plot, not in words. He just put his head in his hands and sobbed. She said it would be easy. She said they were weirdos, that everyone would believe her. She said we'd get the money and she could go away to college. She's so smart, my Kyra. So smart. My Kyra. So smart. The revelation in the courtroom was not dramatic. Camden presented the financial records, the insurance policy, the testimony of the nervous loan shark. He did not call Roy to the stand. The man was a broken puppet, his strings cut. He called Kyra back. Under the cold, clear light of factual cross-examination, her story began to fray at the seams. The precise emotional narrative dissolved into contradictions, into I don't recalls. The lake in her eyes froze over, showing the stark, stony bottom of a lie. The case collapsed. The charges were dismissed. The town, cheated of its monster, turned its bewildered anger elsewhere. The Voss women were free, but they were not saved. Their name was still a whispered curse. Their house was a monument to scandal. On the day of the dismissal, Camden went to Cypress Lane. The air was crisp, the stopped clock still casting its long shadow over the town. Jeannie answered the door. She did not smile. She did not thank him. She simply looked at him, her proud, harsh face etched with a new, profound bitterness. "You proved we didn't do it," she said. "But you can't prove we couldn't have. That's what they'll always believe." Behind her, in the dim hall, Erica stood. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It wasn't gratitude. It was an acknowledgement of a shared understanding. They had all been sentenced to life in Mercy's Rest. Camden walked away from the house. He passed the diner where Kyra had first told her tale, now just a building again. He passed the police station, where Chief Lundy was already giving a press statement about lessons learned. He reached the town square and paused, looking up at the courthouse clock, forever frozen at the hour of the alleged crime. He realized then that the clock hadn't stopped to witness the crime. It had stopped to capture the moment the town decided to believe it. That was the true suspension, the eternal 3-7 where reason died and prejudice was born. No legal verdict could ever restart that clock. He turned his back on the tower. He walked past the limits of the town, past the last mailbox, onto the empty county road that led out into the fields. He did not look back. The case was closed, but the mystery remained. The deeper, more haunting mystery of how easily a story can become a truth, how a reflection in a dark window can become a monster. He carried no answers, only the weight of the questions. The road ahead was long and straight, and he walked into the gathering dusk, leaving the frozen time, the locked doors of perception, and the faint echoing whispers of Mercy's Rest behind him forever. The silence of the open road was a physical relief after the months of murmured accusations. Camden walked until the lights of Mercy's Rest were a dim, low smudge on the horizon, like a fading bruise. He had no destination, only the need for motion. His car was still parked outside his office, his suit jacket draped over his chair. He was, for the first time in his professional life, utterly untethered. He spent the night in a motel outside Bixley, the neon sign flickering a sickly orange through the thin curtains. Sleep was a fractured series of images: Kyra's cold eyes, Jeannie Voss's bitter stare, the unmoving minute hand of the clock. He woke with a start just before dawn, the room swimming in gray half-light. It was then, in that dislocated quiet, that the details surfaced. It was a small thing, a pebble in his shoe of a thought. During his investigation, he had requested all of the police photos of the Voss basement. One was a wide shot of the west wall, showing an old, heavy workbench cluttered with canning jars. In the corner of that photo, barely in frame, was a section of the stone foundation. And on that stone, faint but discernible under the flash, was what looked like a child's drawing. A crude sun, maybe, or a flower. It was chalk, almost washed away by damp. He had dismissed it at the time as irrelevant, an artifact from decades past. But now, in the motel's eerie silence, he remembered Erica Voss's testimony. She had said with sharp precision that she whitewashed that basement every other spring. She was a fastidious woman. She hated clutter, hated dust. She had stated she last did it in April. The police raid was in September. Would a chalk drawing survive a whitewashing? Would it survive 5 months of basement damp? Likely not. And if it was newer than that, whose was it? A cold, sick feeling pooled in his stomach. It was nothing. It was less than nothing. A smudge on a stone? It proved nothing except that maybe Erica Voss had lied about whitewashing, or a police officer's child had drawn it during the search. But the doubt, once seated, put down quick, tenacious roots. He drove back as the sun rose, not to Mercy's Rest, but to the county evidence lockup. His bar card and the notoriety of the case got him in. He asked to see the physical evidence from the Voss property. The clerk, bored, brought him the box. There, sealed in a clear plastic bag, was the length of clothesline. He turned the bag over in his hands. It was ordinary, brown, 3-ply cotton, but the fraying at the end wasn't ragged. It was precise. It looked less like it had been cut in a struggle, and more like it had been deliberately unraveled, thread by thread, as if someone had been fidgeting with it, or practicing knots. He left the lockup, the morning sun feeling insubstantial and cold. He told himself he was being a fool. The case was closed. The system had worked. He had uncovered the real conspiracy, the financial motive, the lie. He had won. But the victory now tasted like ash and unanswered questions. He found himself driving not to his office, but to the edge of town, to a small, neglected playground near the old mill. He sat on a rusted swing, the chains groaning in protest. He needed to think. Kyra had lied. Yes, Roy had confirmed it. But what if the lie was not entirely of her own invention? What if she had seen an opportunity, a ready-made story? The town was already whispering about the Voss women. What if she had simply agreed with the monster the town had already imagined? The thought was a vortex. It led to a darker, more terrifying place than a simple frame-up. It suggested a kind of unconscious collaboration between accuser and accused. A feedback loop of fear and strangeness. Had Kyra, in her desperate, calculating mind, chosen the Voss women because on some level she sensed they were already guilty in the eyes of Mercy's Rest? And had the Voss women, in their rigid, private way, behaved in a manner that fed that guilt? He thought of Jeannie's words. You proved we didn't do it, but you can't prove we couldn't have. It was a statement of profound resignation. But now Camden wondered if it was also something else. A deflection. A clever, bitter truth that hid a simpler, more terrible one. He pushed off from the ground, the swing moving in a short, creaking arc. He knew then that he would never know. The truth was buried under too many layers. Kyra's lies, Roy's weakness, the town's prejudice, the Voss women's impenetrable pride. The legal truth was all he was ever going to get. Any deeper excavation would only unearth more pain and no certainty. He stopped the swing, his shoes scraping in the dirt. He looked back toward the town, the courthouse tower just visible above the trees. The clock was still stopped. It always would be, for him. He had walked away from the town, but the town's mystery had followed him. It lived inside him now, a permanent, unsettled file in the quiet office of his mind. He got in his car and drove, this time with purpose, toward the highway. He did not know where he was going, only that he needed to find a place where time still moved, second by second, in plain, unremarkable increments. The highway was a gray river flowing away from the hills that cradled Mercy's Rest. Camden drove with the windows down, letting the rush of air scour the last of the town's clinging silence from his skin. He drove for hours until the landscape flattened and the names on the water towers were unfamiliar. He stopped for gas in a town called Fairview, a place with a functioning clock on its modest municipal building. He watched the second hand jerk its way around the dial, a mechanical heartbeat. It felt like a reprieve. He rented a cabin by a lake, paying cash for a month. It was a box of pine and glass, smelling of old wood and damp leaves. He brought no files, no law books. He brought running shoes, a stack of novels he'd never had time to read, and a deep, weary need for quiet. For the first week, he did nothing but sleep, run along the lake shore, and stare at the water. He avoided news, avoided thinking of courtrooms or clients. He told himself he was recovering. He told himself he was free. But the mind is its own courtroom. In the quiet, the evidence presented itself again. The chalk drawing, the frayed rope, The cold, analytical disappointment in Erica Voss's eyes that had seemed, at the time, like the natural resentment of the unjustly accused. What if it was something else? What if it was the look of someone who had been interrupted? He tried to dismiss it as professional deformation, the lawyer's curse of seeing ambiguity where there should be finality. The case was over. He had done his job and done it well. He had freed 2 innocent women. That was the story. He needed it to be the story. On the 10th day, he went into the small town nearest the lake to buy groceries. The local paper was stacked by the register. He wouldn't have looked, but a headline in the state section caught the edge of his vision. Mercy's Rest seeks new chief after Lundy resigns. He bought the paper, his hand steady, and read it back at the cab. Lundy's resignation was attributed to personal reasons. There was a single bland quote from the mayor about moving forward. Buried in the last paragraph was a line that made the breath catch in his throat. The resignation follows the recent dismissal of kidnapping charges against local women, Jeannie and Erica Voss. When asked if the 2 events were related, the mayor declined to comment. It was nothing. It was everything. It was the town, still trembling from the shock he had administered, still rearranging its furniture in the dark. That night, he dreamed of the basement. Not as he had seen it, but as Kyra had described it. In the dream, the lantern light was real, pooling on the stone floor. 2 figures moved in the shadows, their whispers not clinical, but urgent. One of them held a piece of chalk. They were not measuring him. They were drawing on the wall, frantic, looping shapes that bled and ran. He woke with his heart hammering against his ribs, the taste of damp earth in his mouth. He knew then that he could not outrun it. The question was not about the Voss women's guilt or innocence in the legal sense. It was about the nature of the truth he had uncovered. Had he exposed a lie, or had he merely exposed the top layer of a deeper, more complicated truth? The system demanded binary outcomes, guilty or not guilty. Life dealt in specters and shades. The next morning, he did something he had promised himself he would never do. He sat down at the cabin's rough wooden table and wrote a letter. Not to the Voss women, not to the court. He wrote to Roy Miller, care of the last address he had for him. It was a short, simple letter. It contained no accusations, no legal threats. It only asked one question, a question that had no bearing on any statute of limitations, a question only a father could answer. Did Kyra ever have a friend? A quiet friend, maybe older, who liked books? He mailed it from the Fairview post office, the act feeling both futile and necessary. He did not expect a reply. He was simply placing his own note in a bottle and casting it into the sea of the past. He stayed at the lake for the rest of the month. The days grew colder, the lake steel gray and choppy. He finished his novels. He wore a path in the pine needles along the shore. He watched the second hand on his watch complete its endless, repetitive circles. And he waited, not for an answer, but for the day when the questions would finally lose their sharp edges and become simply a part of the landscape of his life, like the distant, unchanging mountains on the horizon. The reply came 3 weeks later, forwarded from his old office. The envelope was cheap, the handwriting a shaky scrawl. Inside was a single sheet of lined paper. She used to talk about the library lady. Said she was the only one who didn't treat her like a kid. Said she gave her special books. That stopped a year ago. Kyra got mad. Said the lady was a liar like everyone else. I didn't think nothing of it. I don't know nothing else. Please don't write again. Camden held the paper as the fire he'd built crackled in the cabin's fireplace. The library lady. Erica Voss worked in the next county, but she was a librarian. Kyra had access to her. A relationship, however brief. A falling out. A seed of resentment, or perhaps a seed of intimate knowledge, planted in fertile soil. He fed the letter to the flames. It blackened, curled, and vanished into light and ash. He felt no triumph, no chilling click of a puzzle piece falling into place. He felt only a profound and weary sadness. He had his answer, and it was worse than he imagined. It was not a monster in a basement, but a sad, familiar story of human connection gone sour. Twisted by a desperate girl into a gothic nightmare, a town was all too eager to believe. And the two women at the center of it, perhaps guilty of nothing more than being lonely and odd, and then, cruelly, of withdrawing a kindness, were now forever defined by the grotesque parody of that failed connection. The next morning, Camden packed his car. He left the cabin key on the table. He drove back to Mercy's Rest one final time. He did not go into town. He parked on a high bluff overlooking the valley. From there, the courthouse clock tower was just a tiny spike against the sky. He could not see if the hands were still frozen. He realized it didn't matter anymore. He had restarted his own clock. It ticked forward now, heavy with a knowledge that had no practical use, a truth that could never be tried in any court. He put the car in gear and turned onto the highway, heading west toward a future where the past was not a frozen hour, but a long receding shadow in his rearview mirror. The miles unspooled, a hypnotic rhythm of asphalt and dashed lines. He drove until the landscape shifted again, trading pine for prairie, then for the low, dusty hills of a different state. He found a city large enough to get lost in, rented an apartment with a view of other apartments, and hung his shingle in a shared office suite. He took on small, mundane cases. Property disputes wills, the quiet, paperwork justice he had once found tedious. Now, it was a balm. He avoided anything that smelled of a spectacle. When potential clients came with eyes blazing with grievance, with stories that seemed too perfectly tragic, he found polite reasons to decline. He became known as a competent, quiet man. He dated a little, a schoolteacher who liked art films and didn't ask about his past. It was pleasant. It was surface. He felt the ghost of Mercy's rest between them, like a pane of thick glass. The file in his mind never closed. On nights when the city sounds faded to a hum, he would see it. The chalk sun on the damp stone, the meticulously frayed rope. He would hear Ginny Voss's voice. "You can't prove we couldn't have." He had taken it as a statement of victimhood. Now he wondered if it was a confession of a different kind. A confession of capability. Had Erica, the fastidious librarian, formed an inappropriate bond with a lonely, clever girl? Had that bond fractured, leaving Kara feeling betrayed? And had the Voss women, in their secluded, ordered world, ever discussed what to do about such a problem? A discussion that, in the fever dream of a teenager's mind and a town's prejudice, could be warped into a plot of kidnapping and worse? It was a theory that explained nothing and everything. It explained the chilling specificity of some details and the dreamlike vagueness of others. It explained why Kyra chose them. It explained the profound, unyielding bitterness in Ginny's eyes. Not just the bitterness of the accused, but of someone whose private shame had been ripped out and monstrously distorted in public. A year after he left, he saw the obituary in an online search he told himself he wouldn't do. Ginny Voss started heart failure. The brief notice listed no survivors except Erica. There was no service announced. The town of Mercy's Rest was not mentioned. The location was given as the county hospice facility 20 miles away. She had died elsewhere, away from the house on Cypress Lane. Camden felt a hollow ache. He had saved her from prison only for her to live out her days in a different kind of cell, one built of whispers and sidelong glances, and then to die in a sterile room. He wondered if Erica had been with her. On an impulse he couldn't name, he wrote another letter. This one to Erica Voss, at the old address. He wrote only 3 sentences. I saw the news. I am sorry for your loss. I never believed the story. He didn't sign it. He used a plain envelope with no return address. He mailed it from the Central Post Office downtown, a building so vast and anonymous it felt like dropping a message into a void. He did not expect a reply. He was right. Life moved on. The school teacher moved to another city for a better job. He wished her well. He bought a dog from a shelter, a mutt with a calm demeanor. He took long walks with it in the evenings. The rhythm of his life became its own kind of truth, a present tense existence that slowly built a barrier against the past. Then, one rainy Tuesday afternoon, a package arrived at his office. It was a small, flat cardboard mailer, addressed to him in a precise, elegant hand he recognized from old evidence manifests. The postmark was from a town 2 states over. His heart thudded once, hard, against his ribs. Inside there was no note. There was only a book, old, cloth-bound edition of Emily Dickinson's poetry. He opened it carefully. The pages were foxed with age, the smell of old paper and faint floral sachet rising to meet him. Tucked between the pages of poem 670, one need not be a chamber to be haunted, was a single pressed flower, a purple coneflower, its petals brittle and paper-thin, its dark center like an eye. He sat at his desk for a long time, the rain streaking the window beside him. He understood. It was not an answer. It was a reciprocal acknowledgement. Thank you for his unsigned letter. A signal that she was alive, elsewhere, and that she too carried the weight of the unsaid. The flower was not from Mercy's Rest. It was a prairie flower. She had put down new roots in a different soil. He placed the book on the shelf behind his desk, between a legal digest and a volume on contract law. It looked both out of place and perfectly at home. He did not open it again. He didn't need to. The message was clear. Some hauntings are not exorcised. They are simply shelved, becoming part of the architecture of a life. A quiet, personal volume in a long library of experience. The clock in his mind, he realized, had finally begun to move again, not with a jerk, but with the slow, steady sweep of a minute hand, measuring a future that was, at last, his own. The dog whined softly at his feet, pulling him back to the room, the rain, the present. He reached down and scratched behind its ears, the simple contact of grounding wire. He finished his workday, drafted a will for a client, answered emails. The ordinary machinery of his life engaged, and it was a comfort. That evening he walked the dog through the glistening city streets. The neon signs bled color onto the wet pavement, and the world felt both close and immense. He thought of the book on his shelf, the pressed flower. It was an ending of a kind, not the neat, judicial ending he had once craved, but an organic one. A story had closed its cover. He had been a character in it, but he was no longer trapped on its pages. He made a decision then, under the soft halo of a street lamp. He would not search for her. He would not try to learn where Erica Voss had gone or how she lived. That was her own story now, and his role in it was complete. The connection, that thin, fragile thread of mutual understanding, was enough. It had to be. A month later, a case came across his desk that he would have once reflexively refused. It was a custody battle, messy and emotional, fueled by a decade of resentment and miscommunication. The mother, her eyes raw with a defensive fury, sat across from him and spun a tale of the father's neglect, his coldness, his unsuitability. It was a familiar rhythm. He listened, taking notes, but he also watched her hands. They trembled as she spoke of her child's fear, but they also twisted a tissue into a tight, shredded rope. He did not take the case at face value. He asked for her ex-husband's contact information. He met with him. A quiet man with a tired face who spoke not in accusations, but in sorrowful confusions. He showed Camden pictures of his daughter on his phone, his thumb swiping through a timeline of birthday parties and camping trips. "I don't know what happened," the man said. "I don't know what she's telling people. I just miss my kid." Camden saw the chasm between their two truths, a chasm where a child lived. He saw the opportunity for a spectacle, for a brutal courtroom dissection that would leave all three of them scarred. But he also saw something else, a chance, however slim, to build a bridge over that chasm instead of widening it. He took the case, not to fight a war, but to negotiate a peace. It was difficult, frustrating work. There were setbacks, angry phone calls, moments where both clients threatened to walk away. But he persisted, not as a gladiator, but as a translator, a patient excavator of the real fears buried under the layers of grievance. It took 6 months. In the end, there was no dramatic courtroom victory. There was a signed agreement, a detailed parenting plan, and the first, stiffly polite conversation the parents had had in years in his office. When they left, separately, the air in the room was not charged with triumph, but with a fragile, exhausted hope. Camden leaned back in his chair. The late afternoon sun slanted across his desk, illuminating the spines of the books on his shelf. His gaze rested on the old Dickinson volume. He felt a congruence, a quiet alignment. He had not found a definitive truth here either. He had only helped two people find a version they could live with, a framework for a shared future. It was a different kind of justice. It was messy, human, and ultimately more real. He stood and took the book from the shelf. This time, he opened it. He turned not to the page with the flower, but to the beginning. On the flyleaf, in that same precise hand, was an inscription he had missed before. It was not a name. It was a line, written in faint, faded ink. "For the quiet hours, E." He smiled. A small, private thing. He closed the book and returned it to its place. The dog stretched and wagged its tail, ready for its evening walk. Camden put on his coat. Outside, the city was alive with the sounds of ordinary life. Traffic, laughter, a siren in the distance. He stepped into the stream of it, no longer a man fleeing a frozen clock, but a man moving in time with the world, carrying his quiet hours with him, a part of his rhythm now, and no longer a disruption. The years that followed held a pattern of such cases. He developed a reputation not for theatrical wins, but for durable resolutions. He became the lawyer to call when you were tired of fighting, even if you didn't know it yet. His practice grew, but he kept it small by design. He hired a pragmatic paralegal, a woman named Maria who had no interest in drama and a keen eye for procedural detail. His life achieved a balance that felt less like a retreat and more like a chosen shape. He thought of Mercy's Rest less often. When he did, it was with that weathered sadness, like remembering an old, unresolved chord. The dog grew gray around the muzzle and passed peacefully one winter. He grieved, then adopted another, a shy hound with mournful eyes. The new dog liked to sleep under his desk during client meetings, a silent, grounding presence. He was 53 when the phone call came. It was a Tuesday. Maria put the call through, her voice neutral. "A Mr. Miller on line 2. He says it's personal." The name meant nothing for a disorienting second. Then the past telescoped forward, sharp and immediate. "Roy Miller, Kyra's father." Camden's hand hovered over the phone. He had not thought of Roy in over a decade. The man had asked him not to write again. He had honored that. He picked up the receiver. Camden. The voice on the other end was old, graveled by smoke and time, but unmistakably the same. "Lawyer, it's Roy Miller." A pause, filled with static or struggle. "She's dead, Kyra." Camden closed his eyes. He saw the girl on the stand, her fierce, performative tears. "I'm sorry," he said. And it was true. Car accident. Out in California. Was a waitress. Had a kid, a little boy. He's with his dad, I guess. Roy coughed. Cleaning out her things, the few she had. Found a box. Old stuff. There's a notebook. Camden waited. The air in his office felt still. Didn't read much. Saw my name. Saw yours. Saw theirs. The Voss women. Roy's breath was a rasp. I'm mailing it to you. Don't want it. Don't need to know what's in it. You deal with it. Roy, you don't have to. Yes, I do. The old man's voice was final, frayed with a pain that had outlasted anger. You wanted the truth. You pulled on the thread. Here's the rest of the string. It's yours now. The line went dead. The package arrived 3 days later, a battered shoebox sealed with too much tape. Camden took it home. He did not open it immediately. He sat with it on his coffee table, a silent, accusatory square. His current dog sniffed it and whined, sensing his disquiet. Finally, after midnight, he cut the tape. Inside, atop a jumble of ticket stubs and faded photos of a smiling, hard-faced young woman he barely recognized as Kyra, was a composition notebook. The cover was decorated with childish stickers, rainbows, unicorns. He opened it. The early pages were a teenager's scrawl, full of melodramatic poems about loneliness and betrayal. Mentions of the library lady were frequent, veering between worship and venom. Then, the entries changed. The handwriting became more deliberate, almost practiced. The tone shifted from emotional outburst to cold narration. He read her description of the plan. It was not a record of something that happened, but of something she decided would happen. She wrote it like a story, casting herself as the victim and the Voss women as the villains. She researched. She noted the isolated house, their reclusive habits, the town's suspicion. She described in chilling procedural detail how to fray a rope to make it look old, how to mix chalk so it would look weathered on stone. She wrote down questions she would ask herself in therapy to make her story consistent. The last entry was dated a week before she went to the police. It read, "It has to be perfect. They have to believe me. Everyone will finally see. They will be sorry for what they did. And he will see me. He will have to see me." Camden sat back, the notebook heavy in his hands. He felt no shock, only a deep, confirming dread. He had been right, and being right was a hollow, terrible victory. Kyra Miller had been a lonely, clever, deeply damaged girl who had engineered a gothic tragedy from the whole cloth of a slight. She had chosen her villains not at random, but with a predator's precision, selecting two women whose oddness made them believable. And in a final, twisted act, she had chosen him, Camden, as her champion, the one whose skill could sell her masterpiece to the world. He thought of the cold disappointment in Erica Voss's eyes, the bitter defiance in Jeannie's. They had known, perhaps not the specifics, but they had sensed the shape of the lie aimed at them. They had known the girl was dangerous, and they had been powerless against the story she told. He burned the notebook in his fireplace, page by page, watching the careful words blacken and vanish. He burned the photos. He kept only one. A picture of Kyra as a young woman, smiling awkwardly at the camera, holding a little boy on her hip. He put it in the Dickinson book, next to the pressed flower, a gallery of ghosts shelved together. He did not contact Roy Miller. There was nothing to say. The truth, in its entirety, was a burden meant for his shoulders alone. He had asked for it, in a way, by not letting the story be. The next morning, he went back to work. He had a mediation scheduled for a partnership dissolution. Two brothers who could not see their shared history for their present anger. He listened to them, their voices rising and falling in familiar rhythms of blame. He looked at them, these two men bound by blood and resentment, and he saw not just a legal problem, but a human one. He began to speak, not about winning, but about what would be left after the war was over. He spoke quietly, patiently, steering them away from the spectacle of conflict and toward the harder, quieter work of untangling. And as he worked, he felt the last of the frozen hour in Mercy's rest melt away. The clock in his mind was not just moving. It was keeping perfect time. Story 2. The air in the office was a stale, warm blanket, thick with the ghosts of cheap cigars and older regrets. Then, a thread of cold unspooled itself across the back of Giancarlo's neck. It was a precise chill, a narrow blade of winter cutting through the Los Angeles dusk settling outside his window. It wasn't the building's arthritic air conditioner. That beast had died a silent death weeks ago. This was the wake of a door opened and closed too quickly, the breath of the hallway, a space just vacated. He didn't turn. He let the feeling settle into his bones. A familiar herald. Someone was there, had been there, watching him from the threshold before deciding to step inside or perhaps flee. He finished pouring 2 fingers of bourbon, the amber liquid catching the neon blush from the sign across the street, before he slowly swiveled in his chair. She stood just inside the closed door, a silhouette frayed at the edges. The light from the window didn't so much illuminate her as carve her out of the gloom. A pale cheek, the tremulous line of a mouth, hands clenched into small, white-knuckled fists at her sides. She was young, but not innocent. Fear had a way of aging the eyes, and hers were old seas, dark and storm-tossed. "Giancarlo," she said. It wasn't a question. Her voice was a scratch on a record, worn thin. "The door was open," he said, a flat statement. He gestured with his glass to the client chair, its leather cracked like a dried riverbed. She moved as if each step cost her something, settling on the edge, poised for flight. The cold she'd brought in with her still lingered around her, a personal climate of dread. She called herself Andrea, a name as plain as a paper bag, meant to hide the shape of what was inside. She told a story in fits and starts, a mosaic of bad men and a missing sister, of a ledger everyone wanted, of a man named Bryson, who was less a person and more a rumor given weight. She spoke of blackmail, not the genteel kind with photographs and secrets, but the brutal monetary kind, of vice tightening on a city's underbelly. She had something, or she knew where it was. And now men with quiet voices and loud hands were turning her world inside out. She needed to disappear. She needed help to do it. Giancarlo listened, his eyes not on her face, but on her hands. They were fine-boned, artistic. But the nails were bitten to the quick, the skin around them raw. A small scar, silvery and precise, kissed the webbing between her thumb and forefinger. As chefs wound, or as sculptors. Not the hands of a professional victim. He let the silence stretch after she finished, a silence filled with the distant, mournful wail of a tugboat in the harbor and the ceaseless whispering traffic 10 stories below. "Why me?" he finally asked. "They said you were clean. They said you had a code." "They're usually wrong about the first part," he said, and finished his drink. The ice cubes clinked a hollow tune against the glass. He took her case, not because of her eyes or her story, but because of that initial chill. It had been a signature. Something had followed her up the stairs, something colder than fear, and he wanted to see its face. The investigation was a descent into a layered city, a place of reflections and rot. It began in a borrowed apartment in Silver Lake, a place Andrea had used as a bolt hole. Giancarlo stood in its center for a long time, not searching, just absorbing. The narration lingered here. The afternoon light bled through bamboo blinds, painting tiger stripes on a wall of peeling ochre paint. Each strip of light held suspended galaxies of dust. The floorboards were wide, old California pine, and they creaked not underfoot, but in sympathy with the building's own slow settling. A chorus of tiny groans. In the kitchen, a single tap, dripped with a metronomic patience onto a stainless steel basin, the plink echoing in the hollow space. The smell was of lemony cleaning product over a base note of mildew, and faintly a perfume that was all green stems and night-blooming flowers. Andrea's scent, or one she'd left behind. The air was still, yet the room felt charged, as if the very molecules were holding their breath, waiting to replay the violence that had clearly occurred. A bookshelf was perfectly ordered, but a faint scuff on the floor showed where it had been shoved aside and carefully replaced. A single long strand of copper-blonde hair, too bright to be Andrea's, was caught in the bristles of a hairbrush on the bathroom counter. The scene itself was the first clue. A silent witness speaking in the language of displaced objects and lingering smells. The copper hair led to Crystal. She was a fixture in the darker, glossier lounges off Sunset. A woman who moved through smoke and low light like a heat shimmer. Her beauty was a weapon she kept meticulously polished. She found Giancarlo before he found her, sliding into the booth opposite him in a bar that smelled of spilled gin and forgotten promises. "Andrea's in over her head," Crystal said, her voice a velvet murmur. "She's a sweet girl who picked the wrong pocket. It happens." She sipped a martini, her eyes, the color of expensive cognac, never leaving his. She offered help, a trade of information for protection. She was afraid, she said, of the same men Andrea feared. But her fear was a performance, alluring and calculated. Giancarlo played along, letting her think she was the spider. Her information was good. It led him to a warehouse in the industrial flats, to a pair of gangsters named Vargas and Silas, who were more muscle than brain. Hired hands for a shadowy procurement firm. The confrontation there was short, brutal, and sonic. The warehouse was a cathedral of emptiness, smelling of diesel and wet concrete. Vargas favored a tire iron. The first swing missed Giancarlo's skull by an inch and rang against a steel support beam with a chime that vibrated in his teeth. The sound was more shocking than the threat. The fight was a series of such sensations, the gritty give of concrete under his shoe as he pivoted, the hot, meaty smell of Silas's breath as he grappled him, the shocking, cold wetness of a spilled oil, slick soaking through his trouser knee. He left them both broken and groaning in the gloom, their threats echoing off the corrugated walls. They were just tools, they spat. Sharp, ugly tools for a man named Bryson. The name was a key that opened nothing but more doors. Bryson was a whisper in financial circles, a ghost in the regulatory machine. He wasn't a gangster. He was an architect. The ledger Andrea had mentioned wasn't a record of illegal bets or drug money. It was a map of corruption so vast and so mundane, it was terrifying. City officials, judges, deputy chiefs of police, all with their hands out, their favors logged in neat, damning columns. Bryson wasn't blackmailing criminals. He was blackmailing the city itself, bending its infrastructure to a purpose no one yet understood. Andrea's sister hadn't just stumbled upon it. She had helped compile it. And now she was gone. The police, when they appeared, were represented by a weary detective named Ruiz. He met Giancarlo in a diner that smelled of old grease and stronger coffee. Ruiz's face was a roadmap of long nights and compromises. "This Bryson," he said, stirring sugar into his cup, the spoon tinking a monotonous rhythm. "You should stop saying his name. Men like him, they're not people. They're forces of nature. You don't investigate a hurricane. You just board up and hope it passes." His powerlessness was a tangible thing, a sour odor beneath his cheap cologne. The pieces began to lock together with a dreadful geometric precision. Crystal was Bryson's creature, a honey trap and a cleaner. Andrea's sister had been the idealist, the whistleblower without an outlet. Andrea was the desperate leverage. And Giancarlo was the chaotic element, the stone thrown into the still pond, whose ripples Bryson had perhaps anticipated, even desired. The violence escalated, claiming collateral victims. A timid accountant who'd laundered a single transaction was found floating in his Marina del Rey slip, his skin bleached and puckered. A secretary who had made one too many copies disappeared, leaving only a shattered phone screen on the asphalt of a parking garage. The climax was orchestrated at the derelict Angel's Flight funicular, a skeletal relic clinging to Bunker Hill. Bryson had chosen it for its symbolism, Giancarlo realized. A broken machine for a broken city. The night was cool, the air tasting of eucalyptus and exhaust. Crystal had lured Andrea there with a promise of her sister's whereabouts. Giancarlo arrived to see them standing on the platform of the upper station, two female shapes against the city's glittering grid. Crystal's glamour was gone, stripped away by the harsh security light, revealing something sharp and predatory beneath. Andrea looked like a lost child. Bryson revealed himself not with a dramatic entrance, but by simply stepping from the shadows of the old ticket booth. He was a man of unremarkable appearance, which was his most remarkable feature. He wore a well-cut but inexpensive suit. His voice was calm, pedagogical. He explained it all to Giancarlo, as a professor might to a dim student. The ledger was not an end, but a means. The blackmail was the foundation. He was building something, a new circuit board of power, and Los Angeles was his prototype. Cities are organisms, he said, his hands resting calmly at his sides. They get sick. I am the surgeon. The corruption is the cancer. I am cutting it out. And in its place, I am installing efficiency. It was then that Andrea moved. Not in flight, but in attack. The fragile girl was gone, replaced by a fury. The silver scar on her hand flashed. It wasn't from a sculptor's tool. It was from a wire garrote. She lunged not at Bryson, but at Crystal. This was the true hidden conflict, a personal war of betrayal between Bryson's two operatives. The sister was a fiction, a story to hook a man like Giancarlo, to draw him into the open as a destabilizing force. Bryson could then eliminate to consolidate his power. The explosion of violence was sudden, intimate, and terrible. Giancarlo was a spectator for a single frozen second as the women grappled, a deadly ballet on the precipice. Then Bryson's men, Vargas and Silas, bandaged and furious, emerged from the lower station. Gunfire erupted, not the loud bang of cinema, but sharp, flat cracks that echoed off the concrete canyon. Giancarlo became a creature of instinct and motion. He used the machinery of the old funicular, the steel beams and rusted gears, as cover and weapon. He fought his way toward Andrea, not to save her, but because she was now the only thread left in the unraveling tapestry. He reached her as Crystal lay still, her cognac eyes open and empty to the smog-hazed stars. Andrea was bleeding from a graze to her temple, her garrote still wrapped around her fist. Bryson was backing away, his calm shattered, shouting orders that no one heeded. In his eyes, Giancarlo saw not malice, but a profound, insulting disappointment, as if a brilliant equation had been spoiled by a careless variable. The finale was not a shootout, but a fall. In the struggle, the rotten railing of the platform gave way. Bryson, for all his planning, hadn't accounted for decay. He fell without a sound, swallowed by the darkness between the steep tracks. The gunfire stopped. Sirens, Ruiz's sirens, wailed in the distance, drawn by the noise. Giancarlo looked at Andrea. She looked back, the storm in her eyes settling into a flat, calm deadness. She had gotten what she wanted. Revenge. She dropped the garrote. It coiled at her feet like a metallic snake. "What now?" she asked, her voice empty. Giancarlo said nothing. He turned and walked down the steep steps, leaving her to the arriving lights, another ghost for the city to absorb. The case was closed, but nothing was solved. The ledger was out there, perhaps. The corruption remained, waiting for its next architect. An unseen voice concludes the story, recounting the investigation or crime as if it had silently observed every detail. The city forgets nothing. It absorbs. The chill that enters a room lingers in the plaster, long after the door is shut. The scent of night-blooming jasmine and gunpowder eventually fades from the old Angel's Flight platform, but the memory of the disturbance remains in the grain of the wood, in the rust on the broken rail. The man named Giancarlo returned to his office, to his bourbon, to the warm, stale air that would never again feel entirely still. The woman named Andrea vanished into the great, shifting diaspora of the wounded and the vengeful. The ledger, that cold scripture of sins, never surfaced. Perhaps it was destroyed. Perhaps it is merely waiting in a safe deposit box or a digital cloud for the next hand to grasp it. The police filed their reports, closed their folders. Detective Ruiz still drinks his coffee in the same greasy spoon, and sometimes he stares at the sugar dispenser, but he does not speak of hurricanes. The forces that were set in motion that season did not cease. They merely changed channels. Power abhors a vacuum, and other surgeons with other scalpels soon arrived, studying the work of the one who fell, learning from his mistakes. The private investigator with a code understands this now. He feels it in the new kinds of chill that sometimes visit his neck, in the different quality of silence from the hallway. He knows the case was never about a missing sister or blackmail or even a man named Bryson. It was about the anatomy of the organism itself, the city, and the terrible, silent war waged for its soul. He was a scalpel, briefly used, and then set aside. But in the end, every scalpel knows the taste of blood and waits in its sterile tray for the next incision. The city breathes around him, a vast, sleeping beast, and in its dreams, it is always whispering. The bourbon in his glass that night tasted only of smoke and regret. He did not sleep. He sat in the dark office, watching the neon blush from the sign across the street creep its hourly path across the floor. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of echoes. The chime of the tire iron, the flat crack of the gun, the absence of a scream during a fall. He replayed every word, every glance, measuring the depth of his own gullibility. He had been a tool, a blunt instrument swung by a narrative crafted by Andrea and Bryson alike. His code had been the lever used to move him. That insult burned colder than any failure. A week passed. Then a manila envelope arrived, left on the reception desk downstairs. No stamp, no address. Inside was a single key, taped to a plain index card. On the card was written an address in the Arts District, a unit number, and nothing else. Giancarlo knew it was not a trap. Traps are baited with urgency or fear. This was an artifact, a loose end deliberately passed to him. A courtesy from one professional to another, perhaps. Or a confession. The unit was a climate-controlled storage locker. Inside, on a metal shelf, sat a single, slim laptop computer. He powered it on. It required no password. The desktop contained one file, labeled simply, Ledger. He did not open it. He didn't need to. He understood its purpose now. It was not a weapon to be used, but a specimen to be studied. A record of the disease, as Bryson had said. A map of the infection. To publish it would be to unleash chaos, to tear the city apart in a spasm of prosecutions and riots. To destroy it would be to grant immunity, to let the sickness fester in the dark. Bryson had believed he could use it to perform surgery. Andrea had believed she could use it for vengeance. Giancarlo was neither surgeon nor avenger. He removed the hard drive, a small, cold weight in his palm. He took it to the Santa Monica Pier at dawn, when the gray light made the ocean and the sky the same endless, indifferent hue. He walked to the very end, past the shuttered games and the silent Ferris wheel. to where the fishermen already stood in their patient rows. He drew back his arm and threw the drive in a high, slow arc. It vanished into the swells without a splash. The Pacific, that great cold keeper of secrets, absorbed it. He expected to feel something. Resolution or guilt. He felt only the persistent chill on his neck, now a permanent tenant. He walked back to his car along the damp planks. A young woman in a hooded sweatshirt was handing out flyers for a new spiritual wellness center. She offered him one with a vacant, sunny smile. He took it without looking. Later, in his office, he saw the flyer advertised cleansing. Renewal.doi. A new circuit for your soul. The language was a hollow, commercial echo of Bryson's calm, psychotic vision. The city was already metabolizing the event, turning its poison into product. His next client arrived 2 days later. A man in a suit, nervous, smelling of expensive aftershave and panic. A missing partner, embezzled funds, a threat whispered over a secure line. A simple, sordid familiar tale. The man began to speak, his voice weaving a new story into the stale air. Outside, the city breathed and whispered and waited. The bourbon was the same, but the taste was different now. It held the metallic aftertaste of the storage locker key, the salt of the pier, the flat echo of the hard drive sinking into the dark. The man with the trembling hands finished his story. It was a simple story, a greedy story. It had no hidden wars, no architects, no cold scripture. It was a relief. Giancarlo took the case. He followed the money, a trail of digital breadcrumbs leading from a boutique bank in Century City to a shell corporation in the Caymans, and finally to a condo in Venice where the partner was living with a dancer and a sizable portion of the missing funds. It was resolved with a series of phone calls and one tense meeting in a restaurant overlooking the canals. The threat of exposure was enough. The money would be returned. Quietly. The firm would not press charges. The trembling man wept with gratitude, offering a bonus that Giancarlo refused. He walked away from that resolution feeling nothing. Mechanics of it were flawless, but they were just mechanics. He was a technician, adjusting a broken clock, knowing the entire building was slowly sinking into the earth. The chill on his neck became a companion. It was most acute in certain places. In the sterile silence of a bank vault, in the back of a town car with tinted windows, in the lobby of a new, sleek hotel downtown, where the air smelled of curated lemongrass, and the concierge had the same empty, pleasant eyes as Bryson. The city was not just whispering, it was mutating. The corruption had not been excised, it had been streamlined, its edges smoothed by a new generation that spoke in the language of venture capital and vertical integration. Bryson's vision, it seemed, was being implemented by others, not through blackmail, but through acquisition. He began to see patterns in unrelated cases. A zoning variance pushed through for a developer whose parent company was a silent partner in a data mining firm. A city councilman's sudden, passionate advocacy for upgraded traffic cameras on a specific corridor, a corridor owned by a logistics company that had just won a no-bid contract. It was all legal. It was all connected. The ledger had been a fossil, a record of a cruder age. The new system left no such record. Andrea found him again, almost a year to the day after the fall from Angel's flight. She was waiting in the alley behind his office, leaning against the brick wall, a shadow among shadows. The dead calm in her eyes had been replaced by a feverish intensity. She was thinner, harder. Her hair dyed a dark, nondescript brown. "He's not dead," she said. No greeting, just the statement, hanging in the damp air. Giancarlo stopped, his hand on the back door key. The chill on his neck became a sharp, focused point of ice. "I saw him fall." "You saw him disappear," she corrected. "The body was never found. The police wrote it off," said the storm drains. "But they didn't look. Rui didn't want to look." She stepped closer. The scent of green stems and night flowers was gone, replaced by sweat and cheap soap. He's been convalescing, learning, adapting. The ledger was a prototype, Giancarlo. The next version isn't a file. It's an algorithm. It's already running. No. She told him about a series of quiet mergers, about a private equity firm with a name that meant nothing, buying up distressed infrastructure, water treatment plants, electrical grids in small municipalities, public transit data systems. It was Bryson's surgery on a grand scale, no longer needing to blackmail individuals when you could simply own the veins and arteries of the organism itself. "Why come to me?" Giancarlo asked, his voice low. "You got your revenge. I'm just a scalpel, remember?" A flicker of something like shame crossed her face, quickly buried. "Because you're a variable he didn't calculate correctly. Because you threw his ledger into the ocean. He knows that. It impressed him. And because I need someone who doesn't want to use the algorithm. I need someone who might want to break it." She held out a thumb drive. It was a dull, gunmetal gray. "This is a key, not to the algorithm, but to the room where it lives. It's a physical location. He still believes in physical locations. Temples for his gods." Giancarlo looked at the drive, then at her desperate, burning eyes. He saw the same hook, the same story of a hidden truth, a terrible power. It was the same case, just wearing a new suit. The city was offering him the same role again, a pawn in a larger, quieter war. He took the drive. His fingers closed around the cold metal. It felt exactly like the hard drive he had thrown into the sea. Andrea's shoulders slumped with a relief so profound it looked like collapse. She whispered an address, a place in the high desert, an old satellite relay station decommissioned in the 90s. Then she was gone, melting back into the alley's darkness. Giancarlo stood there for a long time. He thought of the trembling man and his simple, solvable embezzlement. He thought of the bourbon that now only tasted of smoke. He thought of the great, cold Pacific, keeping its secrets. He went upstairs to his office. He did not look at the drive. He placed it in the center drawer of his desk, on top of the flyer for the Spiritual Wellness Center. He closed the drawer. He poured a glass of bourbon and sat in his chair, listening to the mournful wail of a tugboat, the whispering traffic, the creak of the buildings settling around him. The city breathed. The algorithm ran, somewhere in the dark. The scalpel lay in its drawer, waiting. He would decide tomorrow, or the day after. There was, after all, no code that demanded he cut. The desert address hummed in his mind for 3 days. It was a low, persistent frequency beneath the mundane noise of other cases, a leak of cold light from a door he had tried to shut. He did not touch the drawer. He drank the bourbon. He followed a cheating spouse to a hotel in Malibu, and took photographs that felt like artifacts from a simpler, more foolish world. The chill was constant now, a settled truth. On the 4th morning, Ruiz called. His voice was gravel in a tin can, stripped of its usual weary humor. "You heard about the water board in Ventura?" he asked without preamble. Giancarlo had not. He listened as Ruiz laid it out. A sudden, unanimous vote to privatize management of the county's reservoir system. A consulting firm from Delaware had been hired. The deal was done before the meeting's minutes were published. One board member, a holdout, had resigned citing family reasons. His daughter, a college student, had been the victim of a sophisticated phishing scam that leaked deeply personal photos. The timing was unfortunate. "It's clean," Ruiz said, the word heavy with disgust. "It's all so goddamn legal, but it smells like him. Bryson, maybe, or someone who read his damn manual." Ruiz sighed. "I got a patrol car to do a drive-by that address you texted me. The old relay station. It's got new fencing, Solar panels on the roof. No logos. Private security vehicle parked out front. Looks like a goddamn tech startup in the middle of nowhere. Giancarlo's eyes went to the closed drawer. The key was not to a digital lock, but a physical one. Bryson believed in temples. He needed to see the machine. He drove out at dusk, the city's glow fading in his rear-view mirror, replaced by the vast, star-pricked black of the desert. The relay station was a stark, concrete blockhouse at the end of a crumbling access road, silhouetted against the purple hills. Andrea was right. It hummed with new, clandestine purpose. The fence was high, topped with razor wire that gleamed in the last of the light. A single, sleek camera pod swiveled slowly above the gate. He parked a mile off, in the lee of a rock formation, and approached on foot. The desert night was cold and silent, the air so clear it felt brittle. He found a vantage point on a low ridge. Through high-powered binoculars, he saw the security vehicle, a black SUV. One man inside, illuminated by the soft glow of a tablet. The place was a fortress, but a small one. It was not designed to repel an army, but to discourage the curious. It was a server farm, a physical heart for Bryson's digital beast. The thumb drive was in his pocket. Andrea had said it was a key. He knew, with a cold certainty, that it would open the gate, deactivate the camera. It was an invitation. Bryson knew he was here. This was the next move in the calculation. Giancarlo lay on the cold sand watching the slow sweep of the camera. He thought of the organism, the city, its new veins and arteries being purchased one municipal contract at a time. He thought of the scalpel in the drawer. A tool has only two choices, to be used or to rust. He stood up, brushing the grit from his clothes. He did not walk toward the gate. He turned and walked back to his car. The decision felt less like a choice, and more like the recognition of a deeper code. He would not enter the temple. He would not be a variable in Bryson's new equation, whether as opponent or acolyte. Some machines need to be starved, not fought. He drove back to the city. He did not go to his office. He went to the old Grand Library downtown, a temple of a different kind. He used a public terminal, anonymous and slow. He composed a single email, attaching a file containing the Ventura Water Board details, the phishing scam, the Delaware Shell Company, the location of the relay station, and a concise summary of Bryson's history and probable survival. He did not send it to the police or the FBI or the newspapers. He sent it to every city council member, every county supervisor, every marginally honest bureaucrat in the Southern California basin. He sent it to rival data firms, to hedge fund managers known for predatory short selling, to anarchist collectives known for sophisticated hacktivism. He scattered the information like seed in a field, to friends and enemies alike. Let the organism react. Let the immune system flare. Let the predators turn on each other. It would be chaotic, messy, uncontrollable. It was not surgery. It was a fever. He left the library as the first gray light touched the tops of the towers. The city around him was stirring, unaware of the whispers about to become shouts in its bloodstream. He bought a terrible coffee from a cart and drank it on the steps, watching the early traffic flow. The chill on his neck was still there, but it was just the morning air now. He was not a scalpel. He was a germ, and the city, that vast, dreaming beast, had just been infected with the truth. The coffee was acid and ash on his tongue, but he drank it all. The deed was done, the seeds scattered. Now there was only the waiting and the walking away. He went back to his office, not out of need, but out of habit. The space felt like a shell he had already vacated. He opened the center drawer. The thumb drive and the wellness flyer lay there, side by side. Two different kinds of seduction. He took them both, dropped them into an old metal wastebasket, and lit a match. The plastic curled and blackened. The paper flared to bright ash. He watched until there was only a smear of residue. The first ripple came 2 days later. A tech blog, obscure but credible, ran a piece questioning the data security protocols of a newly formed infrastructure fund. The language was dry, technical. It mentioned the relay station as a potential off-grid data haven. It was a pebble. But the next day, a financial analyst with a large following picked it up, connecting it to the Ventura Water Board deal. The word hostile was used. Then the environmental activists latched onto the water privatization angle. The story began to bifurcate, then multiply, like a virus finding different cell types to exploit. Ruiz called again. "What did you do?" His voice was a mix of awe and horror. "It's a feeding frenzy. The day's office got a dozen tipped letters. The FBI Cyber Division is poking around. I heard a crew from the Times is driving out to the desert." "Not human." "Good," Giancarlo said, and meant it. "It's not good. It's a goddamn riot. This isn't control. This is arson." "It's a fever," Giancarlo corrected quietly. "The body either fights it off or it doesn't." He stopped taking new clients. He finished his existing cases with a detached, mechanical efficiency. He was clearing the deck. The chill was gone, replaced by a hollow, wind-swept calm. He knew they would come for him. Not Bryson's people. They would be in hiding, scrambling to contain the outbreak. But others. The ones who needed a source, a narrative, a scalp to claim. Andrea found him a final time. She was standing on the pier, at the very spot where he had thrown the hard drive. The wind whipped her hair. She looked furious, betrayed, alive. "You unleashed it," she spat. "You had the key. You could have broken it. Instead, you just told everyone. You made it public domain." "It was never a thing to be broken," he said, looking at the water. "It was an idea. You can't kill an idea in a locked room. You have to drown it in the light or let it be torn apart by the crowd. He'll survive this. He'll adapt. He'll just build it again, deeper. Maybe," Giancarlo conceded, "but it won't be his city anymore. It'll be a contested space." He wanted to be the silent surgeon. Now he's a player in a bar fight. That was the only wound I could give him. She stared at him, her quest for vengeance now adrift in the chaos he had sown. There was nothing more for her here. She turned and walked away, swallowed by the crowd of tourists. The knock on his office door came a week later. It was not Bryson, or Andrea, or Ruiz. It was two men in impeccably ordinary suits. They showed federal badges, but their demeanor was not that of law enforcement. They were curators, archivists of trouble. "We'd like to talk about the email," the older one said, his voice pleasant. "The one from the library, Dart." Giancarlo poured 2 glasses of bourbon, out habit. They did not touch them. He told them everything, from the beginning with Andrea to the drive in the desert. He left nothing out. It was a testament. They listened. They took notes on old-fashioned paper pads. They did not react. When he finished, the older man nodded. "You understand you've created a significant disruption. A lot of powerful people are very interested." "I know. The individual you call Bryson, we have no record of his survival. The fall from Angel's flight would be conclusive." "I'm sure it would," Giancarlo said. They left soon after. He knew he would not be charged. He was not a criminal to them. He was a natural event, a landslide. They would monitor him. The city would absorb this trauma too, in time. The relay station would be raided, its servers confiscated. Some mid-level executives would take falls. The Ventura deal might be delayed or restructured. The organism would adjust, scar over, and continue its dreaming life. Giancarlo locked the office for the last time that evening. He took only his coat and the empty bourbon glass. He stood on the sidewalk, looking up at the neon signs bleeding color into the twilight. The whispers were still there, but they were just noise now, the sound of the beast breathing. He was not a scalpel or a germ. He was a man who had heard the whisper and shouted it into the crowd. That was all. He turned his collar up against the evening breeze, which carried no special chill, and walked into the stream of people, becoming just another pulse in the city's vast, indifferent heart. Story 3. The first thing Bernard felt was the sudden, violent thrum of his own pulse in his throat, a frantic drumbeat against the quiet. It came as he stood in the corridor of the Silver Zephyr, watching the snow. It was not fear, not yet, but a deep, cellular awareness, the kind a prey animal feels when the wind shifts. The world outside the double-pane glass was a furious white void. The train, a sleek serpent of steel and polished wood, had hissed to a standstill hours ago, trapped in a mountain pass by a snowstorm of biblical wrath. Inside, the air was warm, smelling of old money, polished brass, and the faint, sweet decay of orchids from the dining car. But Bernard's pulse said otherwise. It said they were not just stuck, they were buried, and something in this beautiful sealed tomb was beginning to rot. Brooks Harrington was found just after midnight by Grantley, the waiter, who had brought a neglected brandy to his first-class cabin. Compartment A, the door was ajar. The glass slipped from Grantley's tray, exploding on the Persian runner in a constellation of crystal and amber liquid, a prelude to the scream that followed. Bernard, a private investigator traveling under the vague guise of a literary agent, was there before the echo died. He had been expecting something, though not so soon. Brooks was on the floor, a marionette with cut strings. He was dressed in a smoking jacket of deep crimson, the color of a wound. His face was turned toward the door, eyes wide and surprised, the pupils fixed on some middle distance beyond the material world. There was no blood, no visible struggle, just a man, wealthy, ambiguous, and now very still. On the small table beside him sat a half-finished game of solitaire, the Red Queen staring blankly at the scene. Devon, the conductor, arrived with a face like carved stone, his uniform impeccable, his authority a thin veneer over rising panic. He sealed the compartment. The train was a crime scene, he declared, his voice too loud in the hushed corridor. There were 12 passengers in first class, plus staff d'ordre. No one could leave. No one from outside could possibly arrive. The murderer was among them, in this gilded cage of snow and silence. Bernard did not announce his profession. He simply began to observe, and Devon, recognizing the cool, assessing gaze of a man used to chaos, silently enlisted him. The first collaborator was Jax, the doctor, a man with careful hands and eyes that missed nothing. He confirmed the cause, a precise, powerful injection of potassium chloride, administered at the base of the skull. A professional's kill, or a very knowledgeable amateur's. The needle mark was a tiny, angry star in the short gray hair. He would have been dead in minutes, Jack said, washing his hands in the compartment's small sink, as if the guilt could be scrubbed away. Quietly, he might have felt a warmth, a sudden weakness then. Nothing. The investigation unfolded not with sirens and badges, but with whispers and stolen glances in the lounge car. The storm moaned outside, a constant, grieving soundtrack. Bernard moved through the train like a ghost, his senses heightened. He felt the texture of the lies before he heard them. The plush velvet of the seats held the cold imprint of secrets. The scent of perfume, sweat, and fear mingled with the aroma of brewing coffee. Jeannie, the aristocrat, was a sculpture in grief, and Chanel No. 5. She claimed a passing acquaintance with Brooks, but her hands, when she thought no one was looking, worried at a locket at her throat, opening and closing it like a silent mouth. Inside, Bernard had glimpsed, not a picture, but a tiny, folded square of newsprint. An obituary. Justin, the retired soldier, sat ramrod straight, his honor a cage. He spoke of Brooks with a clipped military disdain. A man who bought his way out of every consequence, he said, his eyes on the blizzard. But his left hand, resting on his knee, trembled with a fine, constant tremor. Not age. Rage, tightly leashed. Ava, the housekeeper, was a shadow in the corners, her eyes downcast, her movements silent. She polished the same spot on a brass fitting for 10 minutes, her reflection in the metal a distorted mask of anguish. She was not just staff. She was tied to the past. A past Bernard began to understand was a web connecting them all. She had worked long ago for a family named Harrington. Brooks' family. Caitlin, the actress, was the only source of color. She treated the crisis as a thrilling third act, her emotions flowing like a rehearsed performance. She spoke of Brooks as a charming patron of the arts, but her charm was a weapon, her smiles too perfectly timed. She was skilled at deception because she lived within it, her true self a locked room even she had lost the key to. And Grantley, the waiter, the discoverer of the body. He was too calm, his story too pat. His discreet presence had placed him close to Brooks, to his conversations, his habits, the contents of his safe. He moved through the train like a man who knew all its hidden passages, both physical and social. Bernard pieced together the collective enigma, not from what was said, but from what shimmered beneath the surface. The shared glances between Justin and Jeannie that spoke of an old, secret understanding. The way Caitlin's theatrical grief evaporated the moment she thought she was alone, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. The way Jax, the rational doctor, flinched at the sight of the playing cards on Brooks's table. The storm raged for 2 days. The train became a microcosm of tension, a pressure cooker of suspicion. Bernard interviewed them in the observation car, with the white death swirling outside. He used the storm, the isolation, as a tool. There was nowhere for their masks to hide. He learned that Brooks Harrington was not just wealthy, he was a vortex. His money, old and vast, had been built on a foundation of quiet ruins. A factory fire where safety regulations were ignored. A rival company driven to bankruptcy through malicious rumor. A young actress, decades ago, who jumped from a window after a scandal he engineered, and then financed the cover-up. The obituary in Jenny's locket was for her sister. Justin's wartime friend had been the bankrupted rival. Ava's former employer, a kind man, had been the factory owner Brooks destroyed. Caitlin's mother was the actress who fell. Grantley's father had been Brooks' silent partner, left penniless and disgraced. Jax's medical school had rejected his first application, accepting instead a lesser student whose father made a sizable donation to the library, a donation from Brooks. They were not random travelers. They were a jury of the damned assembled by fate or by design on this stranded train. The revelation came to Bernard not in a flash, but as a slow, chilling dawn. He was in his own compartment, staring at his reflection in the dark window. His own face, pale and etched with fatigue, superimposed on the endless white. He thought of the needle mark so precise. The lack of struggle. The open door, an invitation for discovery. This was not a crime of passion. It was an execution, and executions require a verdict. He walked the length of the train, his footsteps silent on the carpets. He saw not individuals, but pieces of a single, terrible mechanism. He stopped at Brooks's sealed compartment, now a shrine to avoid. He saw the solitaire cards again. Not a game, but a message. A tableau. The Red Queens. The King of Spades fallen. It was a pattern, a story told in symbols. He called them all to the dining car. The silver and crystal gleamed under the low lights. They sat around the long table, a last supper in the snow. Bernard did not stand. He remained seated at the head, his voice low, confidential, a whisper in the grand silence. "He wasn't murdered by one of you," Bernard said. The words hung in the air, heavier than the storm. "He was murdered by all of you." He did not speak of conspiracy, of meetings and plans. He spoke of a collective will, of a man so poisonous that his mere presence in their shared, trapped space had become an existential threat. He outlined each of their hidden wounds, their connections to the void that was Brooks Harrington. He spoke of the needle, of the knowledge required. Jax had it, but so did Justin from field medicine. So did Keitlin from a play about euthanasia at dawn. So did Grantley from a brother who was a nurse. The door was left ajar by Grantley, by design or by the unconscious wish for the body to be found, for the ceremony to begin. "You all knew," Bernard murmured, his eyes moving from one frozen face to another. "Not with your minds, but with your blood. You felt the justice of it, the necessity. One of you administered the injection. But which one? Does it matter? You all held the needle. You all held the needle. You all guided the hand. This train, it wasn't trapped by the snow. The snow trapped you here with your verdict, and you delivered it." There was no outburst, no denials, only a profound, chilling silence. It was the sound of truth being recognized. Jenny's hand went still on her locket. Justin's tremor ceased. Ava looked up, and for the first time, her eyes were clear. Caitlin's performance was over. She was simply a woman, relieved of a burden. Jax nodded. Once, a doctor confirming a diagnosis. Grantley's discreet smile was gone, replaced by a flat, empty piece. Devon, the conductor, the guardian of order, looked at them all, and then at Bernard. He did not speak. He simply turned and walked back toward the engine, abandoning the pretense of law. There was no law here, only the deep, cold justice of the mountain. The storm broke on the third morning. A pale, exhausted sun glittered on a world of pristine white. The tracks were cleared by noon. The silver zephyr gave a low, mournful whistle and began to move, creeping out of the pass. Bernard stood again in the corridor, watching the arrested world begin to flow once more. His pulse was quiet now. The investigation was solved, and yet there was no one to give to the authorities. He had peeled back the layers of the mystery only to find a mirror. He thought of his own reason for being on the train. A simple case of infidelity, he had told himself. To follow a wayward husband. But the husband was Brooks Harrington, and the client, a frightened woman in a photograph, was a ghost from Bernard's own past. A woman Brooks had ruined years ago. A woman Bernard had once loved and failed to protect. He had taken the job not for money, but for a chance to see the man, to measure the monster. He had brought no weapon but his eyes. And yet, by uncovering the truth of the collective act, he had absolved them. He had given form to their silent verdict, and in doing so, had become part of it. He was not the solver of the crime. He was its final witness, and in witnessing, he had sanctioned it. The train picked up speed, leaving the white prison behind. The passengers disembarked at the next station, melting into the crowd without a word, without a backward glance. They were free. Bernard collected his bag. As he stepped onto the platform, into the mundane noise of the station, he caught his reflection in a window. He looked at the man there, the detective, the observer, the quiet man who understood too much, the man who had conspired in silence with a carriage full of ghosts. He did not smile. He did not frown. He simply acknowledged the face in the glass, the new secret they now shared. Then he turned pulled his coat tight against a chill that had nothing to do with the weather, and walked into the flowing crowd, leaving the Silver Zephyr and its perfect frozen crime behind him forever. The station master's voice was a distant buzz, announcing departures. Bernard bought a newspaper he did not read and boarded a local train heading in the opposite direction of the city. He needed motion without destination. The compartment was empty. He sat by the window, watching the telegraph poles flick past like the ticks of a giant metronome, measuring out a new, uncertain rhythm. He thought of the photograph in his pocket, the one of the woman. He had not shown it to anyone. It was his own Red Queen, his personal piece of the tableau. Her name was Ilara. She had hired him through an intermediary, a veil of secrecy he had respected without question. He had asked no questions because he had been afraid of the answers, afraid to learn that the quiet ruin he had witnessed in her years ago was Brooks Harrington's doing. Now he knew. The intermediary's instructions had been precise. Board the Silver Zephyr. Observe Brooks Harrington. Report on his habits, his companions. Simple surveillance. But Ilara had known. She had known who else would be on that train. She had not assembled them, but she had known the storm of their collective histories would converge. She had placed Bernard there not to watch Brooks, but to watch the aftermath, to be the catalyst for the truth, to ensure the story was shaped, not into a sordid murder mystery, but into a myth of collective justice. She had used him, his skills, his reputation for discretion, to sand the rough edges off the crime and leave a smooth, untouchable stone. He should have felt anger, betrayal. Instead, he felt a hollow kinship with the others. He, too, had been a weapon in her hand. He, too, had played his part. The local train rattled through a tunnel, plunging him into momentary darkness. In the black glass, his reflection reappeared, a ghost from the Silver Zephyr. When the light returned, he took out the photograph. Ilara's face, younger, smiling, a smile that did not reach her eyes. He tore it slowly into small pieces, letting them fall into the ashtray. He struck a match and watched her image curl into black ash. It was not an act of erasure, but of release. For both of them, 3 days later, in a nondescript hotel room in a city he did not know, a plain envelope was slipped under his door. It contained no note, only a bank draft for a sum far exceeding his usual fee. The paper bore the faint, familiar scent of jasmine, Ilara's scent. He held it for a long moment, then walked to the window. Below, the city teemed with life, a million private storms raging behind a million windows. He did not cash the draft. He folded it and placed it inside a book of poetry he never read, a bookmark for a chapter he had closed. The money was not payment. It was an apology and a thank you and a seal on their shared secret. To use it would feel like spending blood money. Bernard returned to his work. The petty jealousies, the missing jewels, the corporate espionage. A world of small, manageable sins. But he was different. His silence had a new depth. His eyes saw the intricate webs that connected client to subject, the hidden grievances that pulsed beneath the surface of every case. He solved them with his usual efficiency, but he sometimes let a culprit go with a quiet word, a pointed look, if their crime seemed to him a form of rough justice. He had become a judge in a courtroom of his own making, applying the law of the mountain pass to the messy streets of the city. He never spoke of the Silver Zephyr. He never saw any of its passengers again, though once in a crowded theater, he thought he saw the back of Caitlin's head. Her hair a different color, and another time, in a medical journal, he read an article by Dr. Jacks on ethical dilemmas in palliative care. He did not seek them out. Their fellowship was not for revisiting. Years later, on a damp autumn evening, he received a call. A woman's voice, older, calm. "The conductor is dead," it said. Devon had passed quietly in his sleep, the obituary said. A retired railwayman with no family. Bernard thanked the caller and hung up. He did not ask how she got his number. He knew. He poured a drink and sat in the dark. One by one, the players were exiting the stage. Their secret was dying with them. He was perhaps the last custodian of the full truth. The weight of it felt lighter now, a story so polished by time it was almost a fable. He finished his drink and went to the window. The rain made shifting patterns on the glass, blurring the lights of the city. He thought of the snow, how it had erased the world, how it had forced a terrible clarity. Life was not like that. It was this rain, this constant, muddy, obscuring drizzle. But beneath it, he knew, the mountains of truth still stood, waiting for the occasional, devastating storm. He was glad, he realized, to have been caught in one. It had shown him the shape of the bedrock beneath the soil. He drew the curtain and went to bed. His sleep was dreamless, and when he awoke, the rain had stopped, and the world outside was merely wet and gray and moving on. The case that came across his desk the next week was, on the surface, simple. A shipping magnate suspected his business partner of embezzlement. Werner took it without hesitation. The routine was a comfort. He trailed the partner, a man named Sorley, for days, documenting his movements, his meetings in bland cafes, his transfers of funds to an offshore account. It was all exactly as the magnate feared. Bernard compiled his report, a neat dossier of betrayal. On the final day of surveillance, he followed Sorley to a modest house in a leafy suburb. Not a mistress apartment, but a family home. Through a window, Bernard saw Sorley not with a lover, but with a woman in a wheelchair, carefully feeding her soup. A nurse stood nearby, checking a medical chart. The woman's face, though drawn with illness, was radiant, looking at Sorley with absolute trust. Bernard watched for an hour. He saw the tenderness, the exhaustion, the quiet despair in Sorley's shoulders as he stepped outside for a moment of alone time, lighting a cigarette with shaking hands. Bernard did not leave. He waited until Sorley returned to the house. Then he approached the door and knocked. Sorley answered, his face immediately shifting into a mask of polite confusion. "Can I help you?" "I think you can," Bernard said, his voice quiet. "My name is Bernard. I've been hired by Alistair Croft." All the color drained from Sorley's face. The mask crumbled into raw fear. He stepped outside, pulling the door closed behind him. "Please," he whispered, the word ragged. "Not here. She doesn't know. She thinks the treatment is covered. It's experimental. The cost is..." "I know about the transfers," Bernard said, cutting him off. He looked past Sorley, through the glass pane of the door, to the hallway where a photograph showed a younger, healthier version of the woman, smiling beside him. "Croft believes you're siphoning funds for a rival venture." Sorley let out a choked sound, half laugh, half sob. "A rival venture? Yes, it's called keeping my wife alive." He slumped against the doorframe. "I'm paying it back, every penny. I have a plan. It will just take time. Time she doesn't have if I stop the payments now." Bernard considered the man. The crime was real. The motive was not greed, but love and desperation. It was not a factory fire, not a ruined life for profit. It was a private, sinking ship. He thought of the collective verdict on the Zephyr. He thought of the cold, precise justice for a man who created nothing but ruins. This was different. This was a man trying to build a small, fragile dam against a flood. "Destroy the evidence," Bernard said, his voice barely audible. "All of it. Today. Route the next payment through a shell corporation I will design. Make it untraceable to you. Croft is a bully, but he's not meticulous. He only hired me because he smelled blood. I will give him the scent of a different animal, one that leads to a dead end. Nenya." Sorley stared, uncomprehending. Why? Why would you do that? Bernard's gaze was steady, looking at Sorley but seeing a dozen other faces in the snow. Because some crimes are not crimes, and some justice is not found in ledgers. He handed Sorley a plain business card with a number, not his own. Use this. Do exactly as I say, and love your wife well, for as long as you have. He turned and walked back to his car. He did not look back. In his final report to Alistair Croft, Bernard detailed the existence of the offshore account, but concluded, with fabricated evidence, that it belonged to a former disgruntled employee who had since fled the country. He suggested Croft's security was lax, his judgment clouded by paranoia. He presented it as a failure of Croft's own making. The magnate, furious and embarrassed, paid the fee and dropped the matter. Bernard filed the report and closed the folder. The rain had started again, tapping against his office window. He felt the old quiet settle within him, but it was no longer empty. It was filled with the echoes of a train whistle in a mountain pass, and the profound silence that had followed his pronouncement in the dining car. He had not absolved Sorley of his crime. He had simply recognized that the world contained worse sins, and that sometimes mercy was the only verdict that fit. The law of the mountain had its place, but so did the grace of the quiet city rain. He would navigate between them, his compass calibrated by a storm he would never forget. The Sorley decision was not without consequence. A month later, Alistair Croft was found dead in his study, an apparent suicide. A note, rambling and vague, spoke of betrayals and financial ruin. Bernard read the news with a cold knot in his stomach. He investigated discreetly and found that Croft's empire had indeed been a house of cards, built on leverage and fear. Sorley's embezzlement had been a symptom, not the cause. The collapse was inevitable. Yet Bernard could not shake the feeling that his report, his manipulation of the truth, had been the final gust of wind. He attended the funeral, a sparse, grim affair. From the back of the chapel, he saw Sorley, standing alone, his face a careful blank. His wife was not with him. Bernard did not approach. As he turned to leave, his eyes met those of a woman in a dark suit, her hair silver, her posture unnaturally straight. Elara. She gave no sign of recognition, but her presence was a message as clear as a gunshot. She was watching. She knew. She was perhaps even the one who had whispered Croft's vulnerabilities into the right ears, ensuring the collapse. The world, Bernard understood, was filled with silent conductors, guiding trains of consequence onto tracks of their own laying. He walked home through the drizzle, his coat collar turned up. He thought of the needle, the collective hand. He had acted alone in the Sorley matter, but he had done so with the permission of that old shared verdict. He had become an agent of the same ambiguous justice. The realization was not comforting. It meant the mountain pass was not a place, but a state of mind. He carried it with him. His office began to attract a different clientele. Not the jealous spouses or the paranoid CEOs, but the desperate, the wronged, those who had exhausted all avenues of conventional law. They came through whispers, through shadows. A woman whose brother had been framed by a corrupt prosecutor. A shopkeeper being bled dry by a protection racket the police ignored. Bernard took their cases, but his methods changed. He no longer simply uncovered facts for others to act upon. He began to engineer outcomes. A hidden document would find its way to an honest journalist. A key witness would receive an anonymous ticket to a new life. A corrupt official would suffer a sudden, inexplicable leak of his own secrets. He was not a detective anymore. He was a gardener, pruning the poisonous vines so other things might grow. He never accepted payment from these clients. He used the money from his conventional cases to fund the others. The bank draft from Ilara remained in the poetry book, a sacred relic, a capital he dared not spend. One evening, a manila envelope arrived with no return address. Inside were photographs of the other passengers from the Zephyr. Caitlin, teaching drama at a community college, her face softer. Justin, working with a veterans charity, his hands steady. Grantley, running a modest ethical investment firm. Jax, heading a prestigious ethics committee. Ava had published a memoir under a pseudonym. A searing indictment of corporate greed that became a surprise bestseller. They had all, in their way, rebuilt. They had taken the verdict and forged a kind of peace. The final photo was of Devon, the conductor, standing by a different, smaller train, smiling a real, unguarded smile. It was dated a week before his death. There was no note. None was needed. It was a report, a closing of the ledger. Bernard added the photos to a small locked box in the bottom drawer of his desk. He did not look at them often, but he knew they were there. A testament to the fact that the story had not ended in the snow. It had merely changed track. Years turned. Bernard's hair went fully white. His steps slowed, but his eyes lost none of their perceiving quiet. He took fewer cases, choosing only those that whispered to him of a deeper imbalance. He lived simply, in a quiet apartment filled with books and the soft sound of a ticking clock. One winter morning, with a sharp pain in his chest, he knew his own journey was nearing its terminus. He was not afraid. He made the necessary calls, settled his affairs with methodical calm. In his final clear moment, sitting by the window watching snow begin to fall, he thought not of the cases solved or the lives altered, but of the dining car, the low light on the silver, the circle of faces frozen not in fear, but in the awful relief of truth acknowledged. He had given them that. They had given him a purpose that went beyond truth, into the murkier, more necessary realm of justice. The snow fell heavier, blurring the world outside. It reminded him of the past. He imagined a silver zephyr, not stranded, but gliding forever through a white, silent landscape, a ghost train carrying its perfect, self-contained verdict into eternity. He was a passenger on it once more. The pain crested, and then receded, replaced by a profound cold. The last thing he saw was not the room, but the dark window of his compartment on that fateful journey, his own reflection merging with the endless, forgiving white. Then the reflection faded, and there was only the snow falling, erasing everything, and the deep, peaceful silence of the track ahead. The silence was not empty. It was full. It was the silence of a story perfectly told, a sentence justly served, a life lived in the quiet aftermath of a storm. It was enough. The snow continued over the city, a gentle echo of the blizzard that had shaped him. It covered the grime and the noise, lending a temporary, pristine unity to the sprawling landscape below. In his still apartment, the clock ticked on, measuring the silence he had left behind. It was the nurse who found him hours later, during her scheduled visit. She noted the peaceful expression, the window facing the weather. She made the call. His instructions were clear, and his executor, a discreet lawyer who had handled his few legitimate affairs for decades, arrived with calm efficiency. There were no relatives to notify. The will was simple. His modest assets were to be liquidated and donated to a charity providing legal aid for the unjustly accused. His personal effects were to be destroyed. The lawyer, a man named Evans, set about the task. The books were boxed for donation. The furniture was arranged for removal. In the bottom drawer of the old oak desk, he found the locked box. Following the explicit instructions left for this contingency, he broke the simple clasp with a letter opener. He expected documents, perhaps a ledger of old cases. He found instead a stack of photographs, and beneath them, a single uncashed bank draft, brittle with age. He glanced at the photos, ordinary people in various settings, and at the draft, noting the substantial sum and the faded, elegant script of the issuing entity, long since dissolved. He felt a prickle of something, not curiosity, but a sense of trespass. Bernard had been a private man. These were the artifacts of that privacy. Following the instructions to the letter, Evans took the box to the fireplace in the corner. He crumpled the photographs one by one, watching the faces of strangers curl and blacken. He held the bank draft over the flames last. It caught quickly, the edges glowing orange before vanishing into a delicate, weightless ash that floated up the chimney. The scent, for a fleeting second, was not of burning paper, but of jasmine. The final item in the box was not a photo, but a train ticket, stiff and yellow. A one-way passage on the Silver Zephyr, dated over 30 years prior. Evans turned it over in his hand. On the back, in Bernard's own precise hand, were 2 words. For Devon. Evans frowned. The Dundart. He remembered the brief obituary he'd processed as part of Bernard's affairs years ago. He almost tossed the ticket into the fire with the rest, but he paused. It felt like a message, not a memento. A receipt for a journey taken, a debt paid. He slipped the ticket into his pocket. Later that week, on a trip to settle another client's matter in a different city, he found himself near a small railway museum. On impulse, he went in. It was a quiet, dusty place, filled with the ghosts of steam and steel. In a corner, dedicated to the legendary luxury trains of a bygone era, he found a display for the Silver Zephyr. There was a faded menu, a set of silverware, a conductor's cap behind glass. Evans stood before the display for a long moment. Then, with a glance around the empty room, he took the old ticket from his pocket. He slid it, carefully, into the narrow gap between the display case and its wooden frame, tucking it just out of sight. It was not part of the official history. It was a footnote, a whisper, a single fare, paid in full. He walked out of the museum into the afternoon light. The sun was sharp, the air clear. Somewhere, a train whistle blew, a long, mournful sound that faded into the hum of the city. He thought of Bernard, of the locked box, of the ashes on the hearth. He understood then that some stories are not meant to be told. They are meant to be lived, and then released, like smoke into a vast, indifferent sky. The truth of the Silver Zephyr was now truly gone. Its last custodian departed, its final artifact hidden in plain sight. The track was clear. The line was closed. The museum door clicked shut behind Evans, sealing the quiet past back into its glass case. He never spoke of the ticket, and within a year he had retired, the memory of Bernard's final box fading into the general haze of a long career. The display case was cleaned by a volunteer the following spring who, finding the yellowed slip of paper, assumed it was discarded litter and dropped it into a bin. It was incinerated with the day's trash. The city Bernard had watched for so long continued its churning, oblivious. New buildings pierced the sky. New crimes were committed, some discovered, some buried. The rain fell, the sun shone, and the bedrock mountains of truth remained, unshaken, awaiting their next storm. In a community theater, a woman in her 60s directed a production of a play about conscience. She was known for her patience and for a peculiar, unshakable calm when things went wrong. She never spoke of a train. A financial advisor in a mid-sized firm always advised his clients to consider the long-term ethical impact of their investments. He was considered mildly eccentric, but trustworthy. He had no memory of a vote. A best-selling author, known for her sharp social critiques, sat at a book signing. A reader asked her where she found the courage to write such difficult truths. She smiled a distant smile and said, Oh, from a story I heard once. I don't recall the details anymore. The mechanisms of the world turned, but deep within its workings, in small, imperceptible adjustments, a certain balance was sometimes struck. A case was dropped. A whistle was blown. A silent gift was given. It was not the work of a conspiracy, but the legacy of a single, contained event. A stone dropped in a pond, its ripples now too wide and faint for anyone to trace to their source. Bernard's charity donations funded the defense of a young man wrongfully accused. He was acquitted. He would never know the origin of the money that saved him, only that it arrived when he had lost all hope. And in the mountains, the pass where the Silver Zephyr had once stalled remained. The tracks had been upgraded, the signals modernized. High-speed trains now shot through the tunnel bored deep beneath the old treacherous route. They emerged from darkness into blinding light on the other side in a matter of seconds, their passengers unaware of the silence that had once fallen in the snow-drifted heights above them. But sometimes, on the clearest, coldest nights, when the wind swept down from the peaks with nothing to muffle its passage, it carried a sound. Not a whistle, not a voice, but the echo of a choice, made in a warm, lit room, suspended in a white void. A sound like a key turning in a well-oiled lock. A sound like a verdict, quietly affirmed. Then the wind would move on, and there would be only the stars, and the enduring rock, and the empty, peaceful dark. Story 4. The air in the mess hall tasted of boiled cabbage and diesel, a constant, but beneath it, a new note had been introduced. It was a faint, sweetish odor, like burnt sugar mixed with the metallic tang of a wet coin. It clung to the back of the throat, a ghost in the steam rising from the samovar. Clarence noticed it the moment he pushed through the heavy door, the scent cutting through the fog of his own perpetual weariness. It was the smell of something that did not belong on the Red October's glory. A factory trawler 2 weeks out from Murmansk, plowing through the endless ink-black Arctic night. It was the smell, he knew with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with logic, of a story that had ended badly. The body of Denise, a winch operator, had been recovered 3 hours prior, found bobbing beside the ship like a pale, waterlogged doll, her oilskin slick under the deck's harsh floodlights. The official line, murmured by the crew and solidified by the captain's grim announcement, was a tragic accident. A slip on an icy deck, a fall into the freezing void. It happened. The sea was hungry. But that smell in the mess, a scent that had no source and yet was everywhere, told Clarence a different, older story. It was the smell of violence, not fresh, but remembered by the steel walls, absorbed into the damp wool of the crew's jackets. Captain Brandon summoned him to the chart room. Brandon was a block of a man, his face a relief map of wind-whipped lines, his eyes the color of the sea at dusk. "You will look into this," he said, not a request. The words hung between them, condensing in the cold air. Clarence was not an investigator here. He was a punishment, a disgraced former militia detective from Leningrad, exiled to the fishing fleet for the crime of asking the wrong questions of the wrong people. His presence was a secret everyone knew. Brandon's gaze was flat. The girl is dead. The crew is nervous. The political officer is attentive. I want quiet. You will make it quiet. Find me an accident. Man, should know. Bruce, the political officer, was already in the corner, a shadow in a crisp uniform that seemed to repel the ship's grime. He smoked a paparosa, the ash growing long. He did not look at Clarence, but his presence was a pressure, a weight on the already stifling air. "Comrade Volkov's expertise is in filing reports," Bruce said, his voice a dry rustle. "Let us hope his report on this misfortune is swift and clear. The motherland needs fish, not drama." The investigation began in the silence between orders. Clarence moved through the ship like a ghost himself, a tall, gaunt man with eyes that had seen too many staged accidents and convenient suicides. The Red October's glory was a world of roaring machinery, of narrow corridors sweating condensation, of holds that yawned like dark, frozen cathedrals filled with the silver shimmer of dead fish. The crew, a collection of hard men and harder women with faces carved by salt and exhaustion, watched him pass. Their eyes were shuttered. In this floating gulag, trust was as scarce as sunlight. He examined the deck where she was said to have fallen. The rail was chest-high, the ice a patchy glaze. Possible, yes, but Denise had been found on the port side, yet her assigned station was starboard aft. He stood in the biting wind, the cold, a physical assault, and looked down at the churning black water flecked with phosphorescent foam. The ship was an island of noise and light, adrift in a cosmic darkness. To fall here was to disappear into eternity, unless you were meant to be found. He learned about Denise in fragments, a mosaic of whispers. She was 24 from Odessa, with a laugh that could cut through engine noise. She played a mean game of chess. She had borrowed a book of poetry from the radio operator. She had argued with Brian, the chief mechanic, a bearer of a man with knuckles perpetually stained with grease, over a misplaced toolkit. A small thing. But on a ship, small things fester. Clarence interviewed Brian in the engine room, a hellscape of heat and deafening thunder. The mechanic wiped his hands on a rag, his movements deliberate. She was careless. Pretty, but careless. The sea doesn't care if you can quote Pushkin. His voice was a rumble under the machinery. There was no grief, only a blunt finality. And on his wrist, peeking from under his cuff, Clarence saw a raw, recent scratch. 4 parallel lines, like the mark of an animal or desperate fingernails. The days blurred into a perpetual twilight. Clarence's sleep was haunted by the sweet metallic smell which now seemed to follow him, clinging to his clothes, his hair. He found Denise's belongings in the cramped women's quarters. A photograph of a mother in front of a sun-drenched house, a small wooden bird carved from driftwood, a diary with mundane entries about the weather and the terrible food. The last entry, dated the day she died, read, "Saw B with a thing from the cold store. He was afraid. I told him I knew. He said it was for the party. The party doesn't need lies. The cold store. A separate refrigerated hold for special catches, off limits to most." Clarence waited until the watch changed, the ship's rhythm a symphony he was learning. He slipped the lock, a skill from his old life he'd hoped never to use again. The cold was absolute, a slap that stole his breath. Racks of frozen fish gleamed under a single bare bulb, and there, behind a pallet of ice-glazed halibut, was a metal crate, not for fish. It was sealed with official stamps, military insignia blurred by frost. He pried it open. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, were not fishing supplies, but technical manuals in English, and several small, heavy blocks of a dull, grayish metal. He touched one. It was cold enough to burn. Uranium ductile, or something like it. Contraband. A secret shipment masquerading as a fishing trip. The pieces shifted, locking into a new, more terrifying configuration. Denise had seen. She had confronted Brian, who was clearly the custodian of this poison. Bruce, the political officer, must have known. The captain? Perhaps. An accident was no longer just a cover for a murder. It was a necessity for state security. Confrontation came not by his design, but by the ship's. A storm rose, a fury out of the deep, throwing the trawler like a toy. In the chaotic, screaming dark of the heaving decks, as men fought to secure lines, Clarence found Brian near the stern, a hulking silhouette against the raging night. The metallic smell was strong here, whipped away by the gale, only to return with each wave. "She saw the crate," Clarence shouted over the wind, his voice raw. Brian turned, his face a mask of water and shadow. "She was a traitor in her heart. Questioning. She would have doomed us all. You killed her. I saved the mission." Brian roared, and in his eyes Clarence saw the fervent, stupid light of the true believer. "The party requires sacrifice." It was not a confession given to justice, but a dogma shouted at the storm. Brian moved, not to attack Clarence, but toward a loose cable snaking across the deck like a steel whip. In the madness of the lurching ship, it would be so easy. Another accident. Clarence braced, the freezing salt spray blinding him. A figure emerged from the sheets of rain. Bruce. He moved with an unnerving calm, as if the storm were a minor inconvenience. He held a pistol, not at Brian, but loosely at his side. His eyes found Clarence's. "You have seen the special cargo, Comrade Volkov." "It's not fish," Clarence said. "It is more important than fish. More important than a girl. More important than you." Bruce's voice was hypnotic, a flat monotone that somehow carried through the tempest. "Brian is a passionate servant, impetuous, but useful. Your report will state that Denise Vassilieva, distracted and emotionally unstable, fell overboard. Brian will attest to her state of mind. The matter is closed." Clarence looked from Bruce's impassive face to Brian's triumphant snarl. The truth was here, in this frozen hell, and it was worthless. It was a currency no one would accept. Justice was a landlocked concept. Here, there was only survival in the state, and they were often the same thing. The storm broke. The Red October's glory sailed on. Clarence submitted his report. A tragic accident. No evidence of foul play. A recommendation for improved safety protocols. Captain Brandon read it, nodded once, and filed it away. Bruce offered him a cigarette in the quiet of the chart room, a gesture of complicity. "You are a realist, Volkov. There is a place for realists." But the smell never left him. It was in his bunk, in his food, in the very air he breathed. The sweet, metallic ghost of Denise. He watched Brian move through the ship, unpunished, a hero of the hidden cause. He watched Bruce monitor the crew, his eyes missing nothing. He watched the endless, dark sea. On the night before they were due to make port, Clarence went back to the cold store. He stood before the sealed crate, his breath pluming in the frigid air. He did not open it. He simply stood there in the silence, letting the cold seep into his bones, until it felt like his own blood had been replaced with that frozen black water. He understood now that the investigation was not over. It would never be over. It would live in him, a silent, endless interrogation in a court of one. The questions would circle in the long Arctic night. The exact angle of the scratch on Brian's wrist, the fear in Denise's final diary entry, the weight of the gray metal in the crate. He would search for an answer that could never come, prosecuting a case without a jury, a judge, or a sentence, forever sailing the dark, frozen sea of the truth he was forced to bury. The ritual was complete. The obsession was set. And the scent of it all, sweet and metallic, would follow him to the grave. The radio operator, a gaunt man named Piotr with ink-stained fingers, sought him out the next morning. He did so not in the mess, but in the narrow access corridor behind the bridge, a place of humming wires and dripping pipes. He thrust the book of poetry, a battered collection of Akhmatova, into Clarence's hands. "She forgot it," Piotr muttered, his eyes darting. "The page is marked." Clarence waited until he was alone in his cabin. The thrum of the engines, a constant through the bulkhead. He opened the book. A single, slender feather, from a gull or some other northern bird, served as the bookmark. The page held the poem Requiem. One line was faintly underlined in pencil, so light it might have been an impression from another page. No, not under the vault of alien skies. It was not a message. It was a coincidence, the young woman's melancholy. But in the paranoid silence of his mind, it became a key. Alien skies. The manuals were in English. The cargo was for alien skies. A transaction, a betrayal, or a desperate gambit by the state. It did not matter. Denise had seen it, had called it a lie, and had died for that perception. The return to Murmansk was a slow thaw into a world of grimy light and solid ground that seemed to tilt. The crew dispersed into the fog-shrouded port, their camaraderie evaporating with the prospect of leave and vodka. Ryan clapped him on the shoulder, a gesture heavy with threat and camaraderie. "You did the right thing, comrade, for the ship." Bruce merely nodded from across the dock, a pale, clean figure amidst the rust and slush, before disappearing into an official car. Clarence's punishment continued. He was not reassigned. He was kept on the Red October's Glory, a permanent fixture. Captain Brandon, in a private moment unloading paperwork, said, "You are a good sailor, Volkov. You understand the weather." It was the only acknowledgement he would ever receive. The next voyage was the same, and the one after. The smell, however, began to fade from the ship, replaced once more by cabbage and diesel and fish. But it had migrated. Now, Clarence smelled it in other places. In the damp wool of his own coat, on a Murmansk street. In the metallic steam of a communal bathhouse. In the brief, cold silence between the ring and the answer on a rare phone. Call home to a wife, whose voice grew more distant each time. He began to watch the manifests. He noted when the cold store was listed as under repair or reserved for special inventory. He learned the rhythms of the port officials, who were not really port officials. He said nothing. He did nothing. 5 months later, a new winch operator came aboard. A young man from Arkhangelsk, eager and strong. His name was Yuri. On his third day out, he found Clarence checking lines in the pre-dawn gloom. "They say you are the one to ask," Yuri said, his breath a white cloud. "About the woman who fell. Denise. She was my cousin." Clarence's hands stilled on the rough hemp. He looked at Yuri's open face, unmarked by the sea, and saw Denise's eyes. The cold around him deepened, became the cold of the store. The sweet, metallic ghost flooded back, not as a memory, but as a presence. Yuri's voice dropped. Her mother received a letter, posted the day before she died. It said only, "The bird is not a bird." Does that mean anything to you? Clarence saw the small wooden driftwood bird in his mind's eye, left in her locker. A simple carving. A piece of nothing, or a piece of everything. He looked past Yuri, at the endless, dark water, and then back at the sealed official world of the ship. The investigation, he realized, was not a circle. It was a spiral, and it was drawing him. And now this boy, deeper into its frozen center. "The bird is not a bird," Clarence repeated, his voice barely audible over the wind. He turned his face into the freezing air, letting it scour him. "No, it does not mean a thing. Go to your station. The deck is icy." Yuri nodded, but the doubt in his eyes was a kind of answer. He did not go to his station. Instead, he became a shadow, a quiet, persistent echo of the cousin he had lost. Clarence watched him from a distance, this new variable in the frozen equation. The boy asked careful questions of the wrong people. He spent too much time near the cold store door, his gaze lingering on its heavy lock. Clarence felt a dull, familiar pressure. It was the pressure of the decision he had already made, now applied to another. He could let the spiral take Yuri. The sea was hungry. Accidents happened, or he could intervene, and doing so, paint a target on them both. He chose a moment in the radio room, under the pretense of checking a supply list. Piotr was there, headphones on, listening to the static hiss of the Arctic. Clarence leaned close, his voice a low murmur. "Tell the boy from Arkhangelsk to play chess, not to ask questions. The only winning move here is not to play." Piotr's eyes widened slightly behind his thick glasses. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. He understood the currency of quiet survival, but the damage was seeded. Yuri's presence had altered the ship's fragile ecology. Brian watched him with a predator's stillness. Bruce's occasional, sweeping glances now included the young winch operator in their inventory. The crisis came not at night, but in the flat, gray light of midday. A routine net haul brought up something tangled in the cables, something that was not fish. It was a sodden duffel bag, salt-bleached and torn. As it was dumped on the deck, its contents spilled. Waterlogged civilian clothes, a few tins of foreign food, and a watertight pouch containing American dollars and a small ceramic compass. Stowaways. Rumors of them swirled in every port. Desperate souls who hid in the containers, hoping for a passage west. Most froze or suffocated before the first day was out. This one had not made it far. Captain Brandon ordered the bag and its contents thrown back. Nothing to see, a misfortune. But the crew had seen, and Clarence, watching from the periphery, saw something else. He saw Yuri's face, pale and stricken, not with horror, but with recognition. He was staring at a particular item, a woolen hat, hand-knitted in a distinctive pattern of blue and gray. Later, in the machine shop's roar, Clarence cornered him. "You knew him." Yuri's shoulders slumped. His name was Lev. He was a friend. From university. He was trying to get to Norway. Denise. She was going to help him. She had found a place to hide him. His eyes were bright with a furious, helpless grief. The bird is not a bird. It was their code. The driftwood bird she had meant to leave as a signal for him. A sign the coast was clear. And then, the pieces shifted again, the pattern reforming into something more human and more terrible. Denise's discovery was not just about contraband uranium. It was about a stowaway, hidden perhaps with her help, discovered by Brian or Bruce. Lev had been disposed of, quietly, over the side. And Denise, who knew, had become the next logical loose end. The uranium provided the perfect, lofty motive for the state. But the murder itself was likely simpler, dirtier. A crime of panic, covered by the grand narrative of secrecy. Clarence felt a weary, infinite sadness. The truth was a layered thing, a dark ocean with monsters at every depth. He could give Yuri the truth about his cousin, but which layer? The patriotic lie of state secrets, or the personal tragedy of a failed escape? Both would get him killed. "You will forget this," Clarence said, his voice harder than he intended. "You will forget, Lev. You will forget the bag. Your cousin died in an accident. That is the story that keeps you breathing. But the truth," Yuri began. "The truth is a luxury," Clarence cut him off. "It is a dry, warm room. We are not there. We are here." He gestured to the greasy, shuddering metal around them. "Here, you choose air over truth. Every time." That evening, Bruce summoned Clarence. The political officer's cabin was neat, sterile. A file lay open on his desk. "The boy is emotional," Bruce said without preamble. "A familial attachment to the deceased. It clouds judgment. It breeds instability. He is a good worker. He will learn," Clarence heard himself say, bargaining for a life with words he despised. "Perhaps," Bruce said, lighting a paparosa. "You will mentor him. You will ensure his focus is on his duties. His assimilation into the crew's morale is your responsibility now." He smiled. A thin, cold line. A realist must sometimes also be a shepherd, Comrade Volkov. Keep your flock from the cliff. It was a sentence, not a request. Clarence was now Yuri's keeper. His fate was chained to the boy's silence. The investigation was no longer a solitary penance. It had acquired a living, breathing component. As he left Bruce's cabin, the sweet, metallic smell was in his nostrils again, fresh and strong. It was no longer just the ghost of Denise. It was the scent of the trap closing, not with a slam, but with the slow, inevitable click of a lock turned by his own hand. He walked the rolling deck, the endless dark water on one side, the sealed, humming tomb of the ship on the other, a shepherd leading his lamb through a field of invisible wolves. The mentorship was a farce, performed in the tense silence of shared watches. Clarence taught Yuri the knots, the rhythms of the winch, the way to read the sky for storms. He spoke in grunts and demonstrations, his words pared down to the essential mechanics of survival. Yuri learned quickly, his hands becoming capable, but his eyes remained a window to a turmoil Clarence could not afford to acknowledge. The boy's grief was a volatile compound, and Clarence's presence was the unstable catalyst. The Arctic night deepened, a shroud that seemed permanent. The ship became a world of artificial light and echoing metal, a capsule adrift in a void. In this isolation, the smallest details grew monstrous. Clarence noticed Brian taking an unusual interest in the engine room's auxiliary freezer, a smaller unit used for storing perishable ship supplies. He saw PR, the radio operator, become increasingly jumpy, his fingers trembling as he handed over the daily weather reports. The crew moved through their duties like automatons, but the air was thick with a silent, collective awareness. They all knew the ship was poisoned by an unspoken thing. One night, during Clarence's watch on the bridge, Captain Brandon stood beside him at the chart table, not looking at the maps, but out at the blackness. His voice, when it came, was so low, it was almost lost in the hum of the instruments. "When I was a young mate," he said, "we lost a man overboard in a storm. We searched for 2 hours. The water was like ice. We never found him." He paused, his jaw working. The official report said he was secured by a safety line. It was a lie. He wasn't. But the lie, it kept the inspectorate away. It kept the ship sailing. He finally turned his head, his tired eyes meeting Clarence's. "A ship must sail, Volkov. That is its only purpose. Everything else is just cargo." It was as close to an apology and a warning as Clarence would ever get. The captain knew. He had always known. He had chosen the ship. The breaking point came during a routine transfer. A Soviet icebreaker, a hulking red giant, rendezvoused with them to take on special supplies. Clarence and Yuri were part of the detail ordered to move the metal crate from the cold store. As they maneuvered it across the heaving deck on a motorized pallet, a swell caught the ship wrong. The pallet lurched. One of the securing straps snapped with a sound like a gunshot. The crate slid, its corners striking the deck with a dull, heavy thud. For a terrifying second, it teetered on the edge of the cargo net. Brian, supervising, roared in fury and rushed forward. Bruce, observing from the bridge wing, went very still. Clarence and Yuri threw their weight against the shifting mass, their boots slipping on the wet deck. As they strained, the frayed edge of the oilcloth wrapping caught on a bolt and tore. It wasn't the gray metal blocks that were revealed. Nestled beside them, wrapped in separate padding, were 3 cylindrical objects, sleek and metallic, with stenciled codes in English. They were not uranium. They were guidance system components for anti-aircraft missiles. State-of-the-art. American-made. The lie had a lie inside it. The contraband was not raw material. It was finished technology. A trade or a theft of unimaginable value and consequence. Denise had seen this. She had seen the thing from the cold store, and in her simple diary, had called it a lie. She was more right than she could have known. The crate was secured, the torn flap hastily tied down. The transfer to the icebreaker was completed with frantic, silent efficiency. But the secret was out, between the three of them on that deck: Clarence, Yuri, and Brian. Back in the relative shelter of the main hold, Brian grabbed Yuri by the throat, slamming him against a bulkhead. "You clumsy fool! You could have sunk us all!" Clarence moved without thought. He pried Brian's hand away, shoving the larger man back. It was an accident. The strap broke. Brian's eyes burned with a chaotic fire. He looked from Clarence to Yuri, the truth of their shared knowledge hanging in the frigid air. He didn't speak. He simply turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing like a verdict. Yuri rubbed his throat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. They were nothing, Clarence said, his voice hollow. They were nothing. You saw strain gauges, spare parts, nothing more. But the damage was absolute. The spiral had tightened. Brian could not allow two men who had seen the truth to walk away. Bruce would not allow it. The ship, as the captain said, had to sail, and cargo that threatened the voyage was jettisoned. Clarence knew then that the investigation was over. The facts were all in. The verdict was clear. There would be no day in court, no official sentence. There was only the relentless, practical machinery of the state, grinding forward. He had one final duty to perform, not for the truth, but for a fragment of decency buried under the ice. He had to try and save the boy. That night he went to Piotr in the radio room. He did not ask. He stated, "You will send a distress signal, a medical emergency, appendicitis, for the winch operator, Yuri. You will do it at 400 on the emergency band. You will make sure it is heard." Piotr stared, his face ashen. "They will monitor. They will know it is false. They will have to respond," Clarence said. "Protocol is protocol. It will create a diversion. A few hours of chaos. That is all I need." "And you?" Piotr asked. Clarence did not answer. He simply placed Denise's book of Akhmatova on the console, the gull feather still marking the page. Piotr looked at it, and something in his gaunt face softened into a resigned sorrow. He gave a single nod. Clarence left, walking the familiar, groaning passageways for what he knew was the last time. The sweet, metallic smell was everywhere now, the very essence of the ship. He went to his bunk, retrieved his few personal items, and then made his way not to the lifeboats, but to the one place where the truth was still physically kept. He went to the cold store. He would wait there, in the absolute dark and cold, for the chaos to begin, and for Brian to come. He was no longer an investigator or shepherd. He was bait, and in the frozen silence he finally found a kind of peace. The questions had stopped. All that remained was the doing, and the long, cold sleep that would follow. The cold store door opened with a hiss of equalizing pressure. It was not Brian who entered, but Bruce, silhouetted by the dim corridor light. He held a service pistol, not leveled, but loose at his side. He stepped inside, letting the heavy door swing shut behind him, plunging them into a blackness so complete it felt solid. Clarence heard the click of the light switch, but no bulb glowed. Bruce had disabled it. "Comrade Volkov," Bruce's voice came, calm and close in the dark. "This is a poor refuge." "I am not hiding," Clarence said. His own voice sounded strange to him, stripped of all inflection. "I am waiting." "For Brian? He is detained. The captain is having words with him regarding the incident with the crate. A matter of discipline." Bruce took a step, his boots crunching on the frost-covered floor. "You miscalculated. You assumed the brute would be the instrument. But messy violence is a liability. It raises questions, even here." Clarence said nothing. The cold was beginning to seep through his layers. A deep, penetrating ache. The medical distress signal was a clever gambit, Bruce continued, his tone almost pedagogical. Piotr has been relieved. He broke, of course. He told me of your request. He said you gave him a book. A pause. Sentiment is a virus, Volkov. It weakens the host. You were a realist. I saw that in you. But you contracted it from the woman, and now you have passed it to the boy and the radio operator. A chain of infection. Where is Yuri? Clarence asked. On deck. Under guard. He will be transferred to the icebreaker when it returns. He will be re-educated. His skills may yet be of use. His fate is not my concern. Yours is. Clarence heard the faint rustle of Bruce's coat, the subtle shift of weight. He was moving, circling. Clarence stood his ground, his back against the frozen metal of a storage rack. You understand the operation now, I think, Bruce said. The Glory is a courier. We transport delicate items, payment for services rendered, or for future considerations. The skies are changing, Volkov. New alliances are written not in treaties, but in hardware. Denise interfered. She was a moralist. She saw a stowaway, a human tragedy, so you killed her. The words hung in the frigid air. No, Brian handled it. He has a talent for it. I merely authorized the solution and provided the narrative. A tragic accident, born of her own reckless curiosity about state secrets. It was elegant. It satisfied the inspectors. It motivated the crew to silence, and it buried the real smaller crime beneath a grander one. He stopped moving. You have forced me to be inelegant. Clarence's fingers were numb. He thought of his wife's distant voice on the telephone, of the rolling hills of home that seemed like a dream from another life. He thought of Denise's laugh, sharp and bright, now forever silent. He thought of Yuri, facing the icebreaker's hold. There is a choice, Bruce said, his voice now very near. Not for you, for me. I can make you disappear. An accident over the side during the medical evacuation chaos. Or I can make you a participant. You are a good sailor. You understand the weather. The captain said so. Your record is otherwise clean. You could continue to serve with a fuller understanding of your duties. The boy would be safe, transferred quietly. It was the offer, the final twist of the spiral. To become part of the mechanism that had crushed Denise, to preserve a shard of life for Yuri, to let the truth freeze forever in this dark room, and to sail on, smelling the metallic sweetness in every corner of the world. Clarence closed his eyes, though it made no difference in the dark. He saw the driftwood bird, simple and smooth. A sign that never found its recipient. A bird that was not a bird. He took a slow, icy breath. The weather, he said, his voice a dry rasp. I understand it. There is a storm coming. It was the phrase he and the captain used when a system was too powerful to navigate, when the only option was to batten down and endure. Bruce was silent for a long moment. Then Clarence heard the soft, leathery sound of the holster flap being undone. A shame, Bruce said, and there was a genuine note of disappointment in his voice. You were a good sailor. The flash of the gunshot was a searing white star in the perfect black. The sound was immense, trapped and amplified by the metal walls. Clarence felt the impact not as pain, but as a profound, shocking jolt, like being struck by a falling spar. He slumped against the rack, sliding down to the floor. The cold of the deck seeped into his legs. A comfort. He heard the door open again, the slice of light, and then the sound of Bruce's footsteps receding. The door hissed shut, returning him to the dark and the cold. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, sweet and coppery and warm. It was his own blood, he realized, thawing a small patch of the frost beneath him. The investigation was closed. The file was complete. As the cold tightened its grip and the darkness deepened from black to nothing, Clarence Volkov finally understood the last report. It was not written in words. It was written in the silence that followed the single, echoing shot. A silence that would be buried under the sounds of a false medical emergency, under the wind and the waves, under the great grinding lie of the ship that had to sail. He let go, and the cold took him, not as an enemy, but as a final, truthful answer. The chaos began exactly at 400. Klaxons blared. Orders were shouted. The ship coming to a sluggish halt in the water. Clarence heard it all as a distant, muffled storm through the thick walls of the cold store. He focused on the sound, an anchor in the fading tide of his own consciousness. It was working. The diversion was real. He did not know how long he lay there before the door opened again. This time, no silhouette, just a flashlight beam cutting the dark, probing, finding him. It was not Bruce. It was Captain Brandon. The captain knelt, his face grim in the backscatter of light. He did not check for a pulse. His eyes, old and weary, took in the scene with a single comprehensive glance. He saw the truth of it, the final report written in blood and frost. He sighed, a long, slow exhalation that fogged in the icy air. "Fool," he whispered, but the word held no malice, only a profound exhaustion. Then he did something unexpected. He reached into Clarence's coat, his hands deft. He found the small, watertight tobacco pouch where Clarence kept his few personal papers, his seaman's book, a faded photo of his wife, the folded drawing of the driftwood bird from Denise's diary. The captain took them all. He then stood, and with a grunt of effort, he hauled Clarence's body up, draping an arm over his shoulders. The journey through the ship was a blur of pain and shadow. The captain moved with a purposeful speed, using service corridors, avoiding the commotion centered on the mock medical evacuation on the starboard side. They emerged onto a deserted section of the aft deck, the wind screaming its arctic dirge. The life raft canister, there was a small orange cylinder meant for emergencies. With strength Clarence would not have credited him, the captain worked the release. The canister ejected, the raft inflating with a loud hiss as it hit the black water, tethered to the ship by a line. He did not speak. He simply helped Clarence over the rail, guiding him down the netting. The cold of the water was a shock so total it felt like fire. Clarence fell into the raft, a tangle of limbs and agony. Captain Brandon leaned over the rail, his face a pale moon in the night. He threw the tobacco pouch into the raft. It landed on Clarence's chest. "The current sets east," the captain shouted, the wind tearing at his words. "Towards the islands. 4 miles. A chance is not a plan, Volkov, but it is all I can give." He drew a knife from his belt and sawed at the tether line. With a final snap, the raft was free. The envy Arctic glory began to recede, a constellation of light slowly turning away, resuming its course, its purpose undisturbed. Clarence lay in the bottom of the bucking raft, the waves slapping the rubber sides. He fumbled with numb fingers for the pouch, clutching it to him. The raft spun in the trough of a wave, and for a moment, he saw the ship's stern light, a tiny red star. Then it was gone, swallowed by the weather and the night. It was cargo that had been jettisoned. The ship was sailing. The captain had chosen, in the end, a third way. Not truth, not a lie, but a silent, desperate mercy. Clarence closed his eyes against the stinging spray. He would not make 4 miles. He knew that. The cold was inside him now, and the dark was not just around him, but within. Yet as he drifted, the pouch held tight. He felt a peculiar absence of fear. The questions had stopped. The doing was done. He had chosen air over truth, and then, in a final, unexpected gift, He had been given a sliver of both. The raft rode the deep, black current, carrying him and his small, stolen archive of truths into the heart of the storm. Story 5. The book lay on the floor of the attic, just under the eave where the roof slanted down to meet the dusty floorboards. It was a small, cloth-bound volume, its cover the color of dried blood, and it was thick with a gray, woolly layer of undisturbed dust. It looked as though it had been dropped there, or perhaps placed carefully in that shadowed corner, and then forgotten for a lifetime. Anne found it when she was hiding from the sound of her parents arguing downstairs, the low thunder of a marriage collapsing. She picked it up, and the dust came off in a cloud that smelled of time and damp paper, and something else, something faintly sweet and smoky, like old perfume. The title, stamped in faded gold, was unreadable. She opened it. Inside, on the flyleaf, was not a name, but a date. Paris, 1942. And beneath it, in a tight, elegant script, Pour la lumière dans l'ombre. Dee, the attic in her suburban American house, held no other secrets, just dead flies and Christmas decorations. But this book was a stone thrown into the still pond of her 17 years. She took it to her room, and as the muffled voices rose and fell below, she began to read. It was a novel in French about a garden. The prose was simple, lyrical, but in the margins, in that same tight script, were other notes. Not literary observations, but something else. Lists, addresses, times. M. Bernstein, 14 Hero, Rue des Rosiers. Package of horticultural guides. The word guide was always in quotation marks. On another page, next to a description of a hidden gate, Renee has the key. Pass it to Simone at the usual place. Anne did not understand, not fully, but she felt it. A chill, a prickle at the back of her neck. This was a secret, a real one. She held it in her hands. Paris, 1942. The city was a cage of gray stone and drier fear. The boots of the occupiers on the cobblestones were a metronome counting out the slow death of the everyday. Deborah worked at the American Library in Paris, a sanctuary of oak and lamplight that smelled of paper, leather, and the faint, desperate scent of coffee made from acorns. The books stood in silent, orderly rows, a fragile army against the chaos outside. Her courage was not the kind for guns or grenades. It was a quieter, more patient defiance. She was a resistor of the page. The horticultural guides were Jewish readers, forbidden from the library. The packages were books, smuggled out in shopping bags, under coats, delivered to attics and back rooms across the city. The lists in the margins were routes, safe houses, the fragile network of a conspiracy of reading. Deborah's handwriting was always calm, always precise. In the reading room, under the gaze of a German officer who came to borrow volumes of Heine, a poet his own country had banned, she would stamp a due date with a hand that did not tremble. Her heart was a trapped bird against her ribs, but her face was a placid lake. The officer, a Colonel Vogel, had eyes the color of a winter sea. He was polite, cultured. He once complimented her on her pronunciation of Goethe. She wanted to spit on the polished toe of his boot. Instead, she smiled thinly and said, "Thank you, Herr Colonel." The danger was a taste in the air, metallic and cold, like the smell of the scene on a foggy morning. Her colleagues, Marcel and Elise, moved through the stacks with the tense grace of dancers in a minefield. A whispered word behind a shelf. A book left on a specific table. A novel about sailing used to signal a clear path for a guide to be moved. The library was a silent engine of rebellion. Each lone book was an act of sabotage against the darkness. Deborah would sometimes catch the eye of a reader, a man or woman with a yellow star sewn to their coat, and she would give the smallest, almost imperceptible nod toward a volume on a high shelf. They would understand. Hope was a contraband thing, passed hand to hand, page by page. One afternoon, Vogel lingered after choosing a book. He rested his fingers on the polished wood of the desk. "Fräulein Duval," he said, "you have a remarkable collection. It is orderly. In a world so disordered, order is a comfort." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the quiet room. "But I wonder, do you ever feel that some ideas are like diseases, best contained, best kept from those who might be infected by them?" Deborah kept her eyes on the ledger. She could feel the weight of the marginalia in the book under the desk, the one she was to pass to Renee the baker at 4. "Ideas are not germs, Herr Colonel. They are light. You cannot contain light. You can only try to blind yourself to it." He was silent for a long moment. Then he made a soft sound, not quite a laugh, a poetic sentiment, perhaps naively so. He took his book and left, his footsteps echoing in the hushed space. The silence after he left was different. It was listening. Anne, in her silent house, began to dig. Her parents' argument had subsided into a frosty ceasefire, leaving the rooms filled with a brittle quiet. She lived in that quiet. The book was her companion. She used her school French and a translation app to decipher the marginalia. She fell down internet rabbit holes. The American Library in Paris, the Nazi occupation, cultural resistance. She learned of the symboloids, the book smugglers. She found a few names, fragmentary records, but nothing about a Deborah D. She wrote a letter, her handwriting awkward on the page, to the library in Paris. Weeks later, a reply came on crisp, formal stationery. Yes, a Mademoiselle Deborah Duval had been a junior librarian from 1940 to 1943. Her file ended there. No further information was available. The polite finality of the note was a door closing softly in her face. But Anne was haunted. The ghost in the marginalia was more real to her than the living people in her home. She started to see the codes everywhere. The way her mother set the table with a sharp, angry clink of silverware was a message. Her father's prolonged absences in the garage were a hidden route. Her own life felt like a text full of sinister, unexplained annotations. She began to skip school, to spend days in the local library, not reading, just sitting among the stacks, feeling the echo of that other, braver library across time and ocean. One night, during a dinner of profound silence, she put the book on the table between the salt and pepper shakers. The sound of the cloth cover on the wood was a gunshot. "Where did you get that?" her father asked, his voice strained. "The attic. Who is Deborah?" Her mother's fork stilled. The air left the room. Her father looked old. Suddenly, the lines on his face deepening into trenches. "That was your great-aunt's," her mother said finally. The words barely audible. "My father's sister. She died in the war." "How?" Anne's voice was a scalpel. A look passed between her parents. A lifetime of agreed-upon silence. "It was the war," her father said, a useless, blanket phrase. "She was in France. She was killed. Was she a librarian? Did she smuggle books?" The silence that followed was confirmation. It was a vast, empty space she could fall into. Her mother stood up, began clearing plates that were still full. "It's not a story for the dinner table, Anne. It's over. It's done." But it wasn't done. It was here, dust on a forgotten book, a secret in the attic, a ghost in the margins of her life. The past was not past. It was a locked room inside her family's house, and she had just found the key. Paris, 1943. The net was tightening. Renee Baker was taken. Someone talked, or someone was followed. The addresses in the margins of the library's books became death warrants. Deborah knew she was being watched. Vogel came more frequently, not always for books. He would stand and observe, his eyes missing nothing. The polite fiction between them wore thin. One day, he presented her with a volume of French poetry. "A gift," he said, "to thank you for your service." It was a beautiful book. It was also a trap. She knew it. To refuse would be an insult. To accept would be a kind of collusion. She took it, her skin crawling. That night in her tiny apartment, she examined it under a lamp. Tucked between pages of Verlaine, she found a photograph. It was of her, leaving the library, a bag of books heavy in her hand. On the back, in Vogel's handwriting, a dedicated librarian. It was not a threat. It was a promise. She burned the photograph in her ashtray, watching the faces of herself and the unknown guide she'd been helping curl into black ash. The smell was the same as the attic dust, sweet and smoky. She knew then that her time was measured in days, perhaps hours. She made a decision. She took the small, blood-red cloth-bound book she loved, a novel about a garden, and in the margin of the final page she wrote one last entry, not a list or an address. A single line: "The garden gate is locked. The key is thrown away. Remember the flowers." She left the date. Then she slipped it into a pile of books destined for a storage crate, a crate to be shipped to a neutral country for safekeeping. It was her message in a bottle, her last fragment of light cast into the future's immense dark. She did not go home the next evening. She went to a safe house, a cramped apartment near Montparnasse. It was raided at dawn. They said she fought, that she tried to swallow a piece of paper. They said Colonel Vogel himself subdued her. The record, what little Anne could find decades later in a digitized archive, stated she was transported to Drancy, and then east. The record stopped there. The garden gate was locked. Anne stood in the cemetery. It was a gray Sunday afternoon. She had badgered, pleaded, and finally unearthed the truth from her weeping grandfather, her mother's father, who had been a boy when his sister disappeared. He gave her a name, a date of death that was only an estimate. He gave her the silence that had been passed down like an heirloom. Deborah Duval had no grave, but the family, in the 1950s, had placed a stone for her in the local cemetery, a cenote among the roots of an old oak. Anne traced the carved letters with her finger. Deborah Duval dot, 1918, 1943. Beloved sister. And beneath, a line she had requested they add, from the last marginalia she had found in a different book, in a box of her grandfather's things, pour la lumière dans l'ombre. For the light in the shadow. She placed the small red book on the grass before the stone. The wind ruffled its pages. She thought of the fear, the metallic taste, the sound of boots, the weight of a book in a secret bag. She thought of a courage so quiet it could be written in the margins of a novel about gardens. Her own problems, the silent house, the uncertain future, shrank but did not disappear. They were transformed. They were now part of a longer, darker story. She had inherited not just a secret, but a responsibility to remember, to be a witness for a witness. She would never know the full story. She would never know if Vogel caught her himself, if she was betrayed, if the last thing she saw was the inside of a cattle car or the bleak sky of a camp. She would never know the names of all the guides she saved, or if the key was ever found. The investigation into the past was an infinite corridor with most of the doors forever sealed. As she turned to leave, the wind gusted, flipping open the cover of the book on the grave. The pages fluttered, and for an instant, Anne saw not the printed text, but the ghostly handwritten lines on the flyleaf, now joined by her own recent, penciled edition below her great-aunt's. Paris, 1942. Pour la lumière dans l'ombre. D in beneath it, in her own, less certain hand. For D, I am reading your book. The garden is still here. A. She walked away, leaving the book to the weather and the earth. The story was not over. It would never be over. Some crimes are not just acts of violence, but the willful erasure of a life, of a light. And some investigations are not about solving, but about carrying. The truth was not a puzzle to be completed, but a weight to be borne, a whisper to be passed on, a marginal note in the endless, darkening text of history, waiting, always waiting, for the next lonely reader to find it and begin again. The walk home from the cemetery was long and quiet. The suburban streets felt different, thinner, as if the past were a layer just beneath the asphalt, showing through in cracks. When she let herself into the house, the silence was no longer just oppressive. It was a space she could now fill with something other than her own confusion. Her mother was in the kitchen, staring out the window at the bird feeder. She turned when Anne entered, her eyes red-rimmed but clear. "Did you find it?" she asked. "Yes," her mother nodded, looking down at her hands. "My father never talked about her. It was a grief that it just sat in the room with him. He said she was the brave one. The rest of them just got to live." "That's not nothing," Anne said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. "Getting to live, it's what she wanted." Her mother let out a small, broken sound. It wasn't a sob, but a release of pressure. "What was in the book, Anne? Really?" So Anne told her. Not all of it, not the lists and the codes, but the essence. A garden, a hidden gate, a woman who used stories to fight monsters. Her mother listened, and for the first time in months, she was truly present, not just a figure moving through the rooms. That night, Anne did not go to her room. She sat at the dining table with her laptop. The book was gone, left on the grave, but its digital ghost lived on in the photographs she had taken of every page. She opened a new document. She titled it simply, "The Garden Gate." She began to type, not as an investigator now, but as a translator. She wove the sparse marginalia into a narrative. M. Bernstein, 14 Herzero, Rue des Rosiers. She gave him a face, a hope, a fear. The horticultural guides became people, with names she invented, but with terrors that were historical fact. She wrote about the library, the smell of acorn coffee, the weight of a book in a coat. She wrote about Colonel Vogel, his winter sea eyes, the terrible, polite menace of his presence. She wrote about the last entry, the locked gate, the thrown-away key. She wrote about the flowers. It was a patchwork of fact and fiction, a fragile bridge built over an abyss of the unknown. But it felt necessary. To leave Deborah only as a date on a stone and a few cryptic notes in a ledger of terror was another kind of erasure. Anne could not give her great-aunt her life back, but she could try to give her a story. She worked for weeks. She stopped skipping school, but her focus had shifted. History class was no longer a dry list of dates. It was a backdrop against which a woman had moved in secret. French class was no longer a chore. It was the language of her courage. The quiet strife in her own house persisted, but it had lost its absolute power. It existed now alongside a greater, older silence that she was learning to speak into. She finished the document on a rainy afternoon. It was not a book, just 20 pages. She printed it out. She went to her grandfather's small apartment, where he lived among photographs of bowling leagues and faded vacations. She handed him the pages. He put on his reading glasses. His hands trembled slightly. He read in silence for a long time, turning each page slowly. When he looked up, his eyes were wet. "You made her alive," he said, his voice a rasp. "I only ever knew her as the missing one." The sad story. But here she is doing things. Is it right? Anne asked, suddenly afraid she had overstepped, invented too much. It is true, he said firmly. This is the truth of her. The facts are gone. But this is the truth. He asked for a second copy. A few days later, her mother asked to read it. Then, tentatively, her father. The story became a new, strange presence in the house. It did not fix the broken things between her parents, but it gave them a different kind of silence to share, one filled with the echo of a courage that put their own troubles in a different, starker light. Anne never published the story. She didn't send it to the library in Paris. It was not for the world. It was for them. For her. It was her marginal note in the family history. Years later, when she was packing for college, she found a box her mother had set aside for her. In it, among yearbooks and old stuffed animals, was a new cloth-bound journal, empty. And tucked into its first page was a single, yellowed sheet of paper, clearly very old. It was a recipe in French for tarte aux pommes. In the corner, in a tight, elegant script, was a single initial. Dee, her mother, stood in the doorway. I found it in my father's things after he passed. He must have kept it all those years. I don't know if she wrote it down, or if it was just something he associated with her, but I thought you should have it. Anne held the paper. It was not a list of addresses or a coded message. It was a recipe for apple tart, a simple domestic thing. A thing about nourishment, about sweetness, about the ordinary magic of transforming basic ingredients into something that could sustain and delight. It was, perhaps, the most profound marginalia of all. She placed the recipe carefully into the front of the new journal. She would take it with her. The investigation was not over. It had simply changed form. It was no longer about uncovering the secret, but about learning how to live with the light it cast, however faint, and how to pass that light on, in whatever way she could. She packed the journal at the top of her suitcase, where she could reach it easily. The past was not a locked room anymore. It was a key, heavy and cold, but fitted now to the palm of her hand. The train to college carried her north, the landscape blurring into a stream of green and gray. In her pocket, her fingers brushed the soft cloth cover of the new journal. The recipe was safe inside, a fragile square of history. She thought of Deborah on a different train, traveling east into a final, unimaginable dark. The contrast was a physical ache, a guilt that had no logical place, but sat heavily in her chest, nonetheless. Her roommate was a girl from a sun-drenched state who talked loudly about surfing and seemed to have brought half her beach with her. The dorm room was a clash of worlds, of histories. Anne taped the recipe to the wall above her desk, a small, quiet flag. She did not explain it. College was a torrent of newness. It was easy to be swept along, to let the present drown out the whispers of the past. She studied, made tentative friends, went to parties where the music was too loud for thought. But in the quiet moments, walking across the quad under a canopy of autumn leaves, or lying awake while her roommate slept, the silence would return. It was no longer the silence of her parents' house. It was the silence of the archives, of questions that would never have answers. It was Deborah's silence. She began to visit the university's vast library, not just to study, but to wander. She would run her fingers along the spines of books from the 1940s, wondering if any had made the journey her great-aunt had orchestrated. She took a course on the literature of resistance. The professor, a Dr. Levinson, had a sharp, discerning gaze. One afternoon, after a lecture on the symbolism of gardens in wartime poetry, Anne lingered. The idea of the garden as a metaphor for resistance is particularly potent, she said, her voice feeling small in the empty lecture hall. Not just as a place of beauty, but as a system of hidden growth, a secret ecology. Dr. Levinson peered at her over his glasses. An astute observation. It suggests a personal interest. She hesitated, then told him, not the whole story, but the outline. A librarian relative, marginalia. A lost history. He listened intently, his fingers steepled. The American Library in Paris, he said. A remarkable story. The Nazis, you know, were obsessed with cataloging with order. They wanted to inventory the world's knowledge so they could control it. And so the librarians fought them with the very tools of that order. The catalog, the lone slip, the shelf mark. A sublime irony. He paused. The personal stories, though, so many are just fragments. Like pottery shards. We have to imagine the whole vessel. Is it worth it? Anne asked, the question escaping her. Imagining the vessel, when you know most of it is lost forever. It is the only thing that is worth it, he said quietly. Otherwise, the erasure is total. Imagination, grounded in fact, is an act of restoration. It is a moral act. His words stayed with her. She began to write in the cloth-bound journal. Not a continuous story this time, but fragments. Descriptions of the light in the library stacks. The smell of old paper. A character sketch of a man she saw on the bus who had the tired, vigilant eyes she imagined in Marcel or Elise. She wrote about the recipe, about the simple alchemy of flour, apples, and sugar as the ultimate act of defiance against a world that sought to reduce people to ash. She was not reconstructing a life anymore. She was building a memorial out of moments, a cairn of words. She called home every Sunday. The conversations with her parents were easier now, often filled with the mundane details of their separate lives. The war between them had settled into a distant, cold peace. But the shared knowledge of Deborah was a neutral territory they could all occupy. Her mother had taken a pottery class. Her father was restoring an old radio. They were, she realized, building their own quiet gardens. One weekend in spring, she took a train to a city several hours away to attend a small symposium on Holocaust memory. It was there, during a coffee break, that she saw a familiar name on a name tag. Dr. Samuel Vogel. He was an elderly historian, presenting on the confiscation of private libraries in occupied France. Her blood turned to ice. It was a common enough name, she told herself. But when he spoke, his accent was faintly German, and his eyes, though kind, were a pale, watery blue, the color of a winter sea. She could not approach him. She sat in the back of his lecture, her heart hammering. He spoke dispassionately, academically, about lists and decrees. He mentioned in passing the efficiency of certain administrative departments. There was no remorse in his voice, but no pride either. It was just history to him. After his talk, as people milled about, she found herself standing near him. He was discussing a point of archival detail with a colleague. His hands were age-spotted, delicate. One of them gestured, and on his little finger was a silver ring with a dark, smooth stone. A memory, sharp as a splinter, from her own research. A footnote in a memoir by a survivor of the Paris Library, a mention of a German colonel who wore a distinctive carnelian ring. The world narrowed to a tunnel. The buzz of conversation faded. She saw only the ring and the thin, aged hand that wore it. This was not her Vogel, of course. It could not be. That man would be long dead or impossibly old. But this was a descendant, a grandson, perhaps. A man who studied history, who spoke of libraries, who carried the same name and the same color eyes. He finished his conversation and turned, catching her stare. He offered a polite, academic smile. "Did you have a question about the presentation, young lady?" Anne opened her mouth. 1,000 words fought to get out. Accusations, questions, the taste of metallic fear, the image of a photograph curling into ash. She looked from his eyes to the ring and back again. "No," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "No question." She turned and walked away, out of the conference hall into the bright, indifferent afternoon. She walked until she found a small public garden, sat on a bench beneath a budding tree, and shook. She had met the enemy, and he was an old man with a kind smile and a family ring. History was not a series of locked doors. It was a river, and its currents ran through the present, through bloodlines and names, and the color of eyes. The past was not past. It was sitting in symposiums, drinking bad coffee, passing on its version of events. She took out her journal. She did not write about Dr. Vogel. Instead, she wrote about the garden she sat in, the brave green shoots pushing through the cold earth, the patient architecture of the trees. The recipe for tarte aux pommes was in her bag. She thought of the sweetness of apples, the generosity of a shared meal, the ordinary, sustaining love that tyranny sought first to destroy. She would not confront him. What would be the point? But she saw now that her task was not just to remember Deborah, but to remember for her. To be a counterweight to the Samuels of the world, who would tidy history into footnotes and forget the taste of the air in a library where every whispered word was an act of woo. She returned to campus changed. The ghost was no longer just in the margins. It was in the world, in the faces of strangers, in the legacy of choices that echoed through generations. Her investigation was no longer a search for an ending. It was a commitment to a particular quality of attention. She would live a life that paid attention to the quiet courage, to the hidden gardens, to the light in the shadow. And when, the following week, she finally attempted to make the tarte aux pommes from the recipe in her clumsy dorm kitchen, filling the hallway with the scent of cinnamon and baking crust, she understood. This too was a message back through time. Not a dramatic gesture, but a domestic one. "I am here," it said. "I am living. I remember the flowers. The tart was imperfect. The crust was a little thick on one side. The apples a touch too soft. But it was golden and smelled of warmth and another century." Her roommate, returning from the gym, stopped in the doorway, sniffing the air. "Whoa, that smells like my grandma's house. Want a slice?" Anne asked. They ate it straight from the pan, standing at the counter. The roommate, whose name was Chloe, closed her eyes. "This is like profoundly good. It tastes like a memory I don't even have." Anne smiled. That was it exactly. After that, the recipe became a ritual. She made the tart for every study group, for every small celebration, for every bout of homesickness. It was her offering, her quiet sermon. She never told its story, letting the food speak for itself. The journal filled, not just with her fragments, but with new things. A pressed flower from the campus garden. A ticket stub from a film about a pianist in the Warsaw Ghetto Daughter. A quote from Dr. Levinson. To archive is to argue with oblivion. She majored in library science with a minor in history. It was a practical, unromantic choice on the surface, but she felt Deborah's approval in the quiet click of a cataloging system, in the orderly rows of the stacks. She learned that preservation was a militant act. Acid-free paper was a barricade. A correct metadata tag was a shield. She graduated. She took a job at a small historical society in a New England town, a place rich with its own different past. She liked the quiet, the dust, the smell of old leather and wood polish. She was processing a donation of letters from a local family when she found, tucked between pages of a ledger, a dried, brittle sprig of lavender. It crumbled at her touch, releasing a ghost of scent. The ledger was from 1938. The lavender was not native to New England. She carefully gathered the fragments into a small conservation envelope. She would never know how it got there. A souvenir from a honeymoon. A keepsake from a lost love. It was a mystery with no solution. A life reduced to a scent and a ledger entry. She placed the envelope in the file, a silent companion to the facts. That evening, she walked home to her small apartment. The sky was the color of a bruise, softening to violet at the edges. She thought of the lavender, of the tart, of the garden gate in Paris that no longer existed. She thought of Dr. Samuel Vogel, who was probably retired now, writing his memoirs in some quiet study. At her door, she checked the mail. There was a package from her mother. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a small framed photograph. It was the one from her grandfather's apartment, the one she had only ever seen in passing. It showed a young woman with serious eyes and a slight knowing smile, standing before a wall of books. Deborah Dot. The photograph was creased and faded, but the clarity in the subject's gaze was undimmed. Her mother's note was brief. Found this when we finally cleared out Dad's closet. Thought it belonged with the archivist. Anne hung the photograph above her own bookshelf. It was not a haunting. It was a companionship. The woman in the picture looked out, not with accusation or sorrow, but with a kind of steady expectation. She was waiting to see what Anne would do next. The investigation was not over. It had become her life. It was in the care she took with a crumbling letter, in the tart she shared with new neighbors, in the quiet defiance of remembering that every ledger entry, every recipe, every dried flower was a world. The truth was not a weight anymore. It was a compass. And the corridor of history, with its forever sealed doors, was no longer a prison. It was the library in which she worked, and every day she turned a page. She mended a spine. She passed on a whisper, adding her own marginal note to the endless sacred text. The winter the Historical Society's roof leaked was the winter she met Leo. He was the conservator called in to assess the water damage to the 19th century map collection. He had careful hands and a voice that never rose above the quiet hum of the climate control system. He noticed the photograph above her desk on his third day. "She looks like you," he said, not looking up from a water-stained atlas of the Berkshires. "She's my great-aunt," Anne said. "A librarian in Paris." He nodded slowly, as if this fact aligned perfectly with something he already understood about the room. "You can see it, the posture. It's a specific kind of alertness." They began having coffee in the break room, talking about paper grain and binding glue and the peculiar sadness of water stains. He was the first person she told the whole story to, not in a rush, but in pieces over weeks. He listened the way he examined paper, with a total respectful focus. He didn't offer easy consolation. Once, after she mentioned the symposium and Dr. Vogel, he simply said, "The past is a patient contaminant. It gets into the paper fibers. You can't remove it. Only stabilize the page around." One Saturday, he helped her make the tart in her apartment kitchen. He was methodical, weighing the flour precisely, chilling the butter to exacting temperature. "This is a form of preservation, too," he said, as he arranged the apple slices in a concentric spiral. "A recipe is a set of instructions for replicating a sensory experience across time. It's a technology of memory." When they took the finished tart out of the oven, the apartment filled with the familiar, comforting scent. He cut 2 slices, and they ate at her small table, the photograph of Deborah watching from the living room wall. "It's good," he said. "It tastes steadfast." It was the perfect word. Leo became a part of her life, a quiet, stable presence. He understood the need for silence, the reverence for fragile things. With him, she didn't have to explain why she kept a yellowed recipe taped inside a kitchen cabinet, or why she sometimes visited the French section of the city library just to sit among the stacks. 2 years later, her mother called. Her father was moving out. Finally. The divorce papers were amicable, sterile. They had agreed to split everything with a civility that was more heartbreaking than any argument. "There's one box," he said, "is yours. her mother said, her voice tight, from the back of his closet. "I think you should come get it." The box was unmarked. Inside, she found not her father's things, but her grandfather's. The bowling league photos, a pocket watch, a bundle of letters tied with string, and at the bottom, a flat, narrow parcel wrapped in brown paper. She unwrapped it. It was a painting, small, no larger than a sheet of printer paper. It was a watercolor, faded and amateurish, of a garden gate. Not the grand gate of her imagination, but a simple green wooden gate in a stone wall. Behind it, the suggestion of lavender and roses. In the corner, in faint pencil, were the initials D.A. and a date, May 1940. She held it, her breath caught. Her father stood in the doorway of his half-empty study. He had it hidden behind his big dresser, he said. "I found it when I was moving the furniture for him years ago. He made me promise not to tell. He said it was too painful for him to look at, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. I think she might have sent it to him before things got bad." Anne traced the painted green gate with her finger. It was not a dramatic clue. It was just a place someone had loved enough to try and capture, to send across an ocean that was about to become impassable. It was a fragment of a world that was about to be shattered. A message that said, "This exists. I am here, in this place. Thank you for keeping it," she said. Her father nodded, his hands in his pockets. "I didn't know what to do with it. I'm not good with history." He paused. "But you are." She took the painting home. She did not hang it. She laid it on her desk, and Leo helped her place it in a proper conservation mat, acid-free, with UV filtering glass. It was not a masterpiece. The perspective was off. The colors were naive. But it was a document. It was proof of a specific gate, on a specific month, in a specific year. She began to write again in the cloth-bound journal, which was now almost full. She wrote about the gate. She wrote about her father's hands, giving her the box. She wrote about Leo's steadfast taste. She wrote about the way preservation was not about stopping time, but about building a relationship with what time leaves behind. One evening, she finished the last page of the journal. She closed the cover, its cloth now soft and worn. She took out the recipe, its edges more fragile than ever. She looked at the painting, then at the photograph of Deborah. The investigation had begun with a mystery and had become a practice, a way of moving through the world, a way of loving. She went to the kitchen and began to make the tart. She would take one to her mother tomorrow. She would send one to her father at his new apartment. She would share one with Leo. As she rolled the dough, she felt the continuity, a thread running through the flour on her hands, through the painted gate, through the silent stacks of a library under occupation, through a young woman's decision to pay attention, to remember, to pass it on. Pass it on. The story was not an end. It was a recipe, repeated, slightly altered with each making. Each time a quiet act of resistance against the great forgetting dark. Story 6. The silence in the hollow was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was a thick, woolen thing, muffling the distant cry of a crow and swallowing the rustle of the dry oak leaves that clung stubbornly to their branches. It was the silence of a held breath, of a community pressing a collective ear to a wall, listening for the tremor that had already passed through the foundations. It was the silence that settled over the grand gabled house on the hill, known to everyone in Cedar Hollow as the Alderwood, after the man who had built it and the man who had just died inside it. Don Alderwood was found in his study, a room paneled in dark cherry that drank the weak November light. He was seated in his leather wingback, a crystal tumbler of untouched bourbon at his elbow, a book of John Donne's poetry open on his lap. He looked, at first glance, like a man who had simply fallen asleep, contemplating mortality. But the village doctor, Luke Evans, who had been summoned by a frantic whispered call from the butler, saw the subtle wrongness. The angle of the head too slack. The faint, acrid scent beneath the notes of leather and old paper. Not quite medicinal, not quite chemical. A silence within the silence. That was how Aaron Shaw found it all, 2 days later. He was a detective imported from the city. A man whose face carried the weary maps of other people's tragedies. Cedar Hollow viewed him as one might view a surgeon's saw, a necessary, grim instrument. He stood in the study, not touching anything, letting the room impress itself upon him. The meticulous order, the expensive, lonely objects. The portrait of a severe-looking woman over the fireplace, the late Mrs. Alderwood, and that deep, distorted quiet, which even now seemed to pulse from the very walls. Luke Evans was his first point of contact. The doctor was a man of careful movements and measured words, with eyes the color of a winter river, gray and unreadable. He explained the preliminary findings, the lack of visible trauma, the suspicion of a toxin, the agonizing slowness of the rural coroner's office. Don was a force, Luke said, his voice low, blending with the library's hush. A lector. Of art. Of debts. Of secrets. In a place this small, those three things are often the same. The household was a study in suspended animation. Bryson, the butler, moved through the halls with a ghost's discretion, his face a mask of polished courtesy that betrayed nothing but a profound sense of dislocation. He had, he told Aaron, served Mr. Alderwood for 22 years. He had brought the bourbon at 7. He had found him at 9. The space between those 2 hours was a blank wall. Ember, the housekeeper, was a woman whose very name seemed at odds with her demeanor. She was all cool efficiency, her hands perpetually busy with dusting or folding. But her eyes were watchful, old. She spoke of Mr. Alderwood with a formal respect that felt, to Aaron's ear, like a sheet of ice over very deep water. He was a private man, she said, polishing the same spot on a mahogany sideboard. The world is full of noise. He preferred quiet. When Aaron asked what she might have heard that night, her polishing stopped for a single, telling second. Only the house settling, she said. It settles more lately. The heir, and the obvious suspect in the city's playbook, was Lyric Alderwood, the victim's niece. She was a splash of vivid color against the house's drab palette, with a restless intelligence in her eyes that bordered on defiance. She had been living at Alderwood for 6 months, since the failure of some vague artistic endeavor in the city. The will, not yet read, was understood to be substantially in her favor. You think I killed him for the money, she stated flatly when Aaron found her in the overgrown garden, hacking at dead rose canes with a ferocity that seemed personal. I think someone killed him, Aaron replied. And money is a classic motive. Or, she laughed, a short, sharp sound that startled a sparrow from a bush. Money, in this place, it's just a different kind of currency. My uncle dealt in secrets. He kept them in a little black ledger he thought no one knew about. Not money. Favors, shames, silences. Silences. She looked toward the house, its windows like dull, watching eyes. He could hold a silence so deep it would make you want to scream just to prove you still could. The village unfurled itself to Aaron slowly, like a flower reluctant to open. He walked its single main street, felt the weight of glances from behind curtained windows. In the general store, the post office, the tired diner, conversations dipped to a murmur when he entered, then resumed in a different key after he left. He learned that Don Alderwood had owned half the commercial leases, had quietly financed mortgages, had been the silent partner in successes and the unforgiving creditor in failures. He was woven into the fabric of every life, a dark thread holding the pattern together. Casey, the neighbor whose land bordered the Alderwood estate, was a constant, seemingly benign presence. He was often in his yard, tinkering with an old tractor or tending a vegetable patch, always with a clear line of sight to the comings and goings at the big house. He was a repository of casual observation. "Saw the doctor's car that night," he offered, wiping his hands on an oily rag. "Earlier than usual for his weekly chess game. Left in a hurry, too." Engine sounded angry. He paused as if considering the weight of his next words. Lyric, she was out walking. Came back from the woods direction, all flushed and agitated, not herself. Aaron collected these fragments. The doctor's altered schedule, the niece's agitated walk, the butler's 2-hour gap away, the housekeeper's profound stillness, the ledger Lyric mentioned, which was nowhere to be found. The case was a puzzle of quiet motions and lowered voices, a crime that seemed to have been committed in a vacuum, leaving no echo, only this heavy, suffocating silence. He felt the pressure of the hollow, the way it resisted his city rhythms. His sleep was filled with dreams of locked rooms and soundless screams. He began to notice patterns, not in what was said, but in what was omitted. The way Bryson would never finish a sentence about Mrs. Alderwood's death a decade prior. The way Ember's gaze would snag on a particular photograph of Dawn and a younger, smiling Luke Evans, taken on a fishing trip long ago. The way Lyric's defiance would crack, for a microsecond, into something like raw fear when the topic of her future was broached. The revelation did not come with a shout, or a discovered weapon, or a dramatic confession. It came on an evening of soft, freezing rain, as Aaron sat again in Dawn Alderwood's study, trying to inhabit the dead man's perspective. He was looking at the bookshelf, his eyes tracing the orderly lines of leather spines. A set of Dickens, a set of Eliot, the Don, a gap, a single thin gap between two larger volumes, so slight it was almost invisible. A space where something had been removed. He thought of Lyric's words. He kept them in a little black ledger. He thought of Bryson's meticulous care. He thought of Ember's dusting. A ledger removed would leave a gap. A ledger removed would be noticed by a butler or a housekeeper, unless the gap was filled, unless the removal was seamless. His gaze drifted to the portrait of Mrs. Alderwood, her severe eyes. In the dim light, the glass over the painting reflected the room behind him, the desk, the chair, the door, and in that reflection, he saw it. A slight warping, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air just to the left of the fireplace. A place where the wall might not be entirely solid. He did not rush. He moved with a dreamlike slowness, pressing his fingers against the cherry paneling. He found the slight give, the hidden catch, activated by a disguised knot in the wood. A section of the wall swung inward without a sound, revealing a shallow, dark space. Inside was not a ledger. It was a simple, unmarked prescription, vial, empty, and a single, folded sheet of expensive stationery. The writing was Dawn Alderwood's, a forceful, decisive script. It was not a will. It was a confession to the murder of his wife, Eleanor, 10 years before. A slow, meticulous poisoning, administered over months, mimicking a degenerative illness. The motive was cold and simple. She had discovered his ledger, his system of control, and had threatened to burn it, to free the hollow from his grip. The final lines were addressed, not to the police, but to one person. "I am tired of the silence I created. I can no longer bear the company of the man I see in your eyes every week across the chessboard. You have known, haven't you, Luke? You have always known. The score is settled. Let it be over." Aaron stood in the rain on Luke Evans' porch. The doctor answered, his face illuminated by the warm light from inside. looking older than he had days before. Aaron did not speak. He simply held out the folded letter. Luke's eyes fell to it. He did not reach for it. He did not look surprised. A profound exhaustion settled over his features, the exhaustion of a man who has been holding a tremendous weight for a decade. He looked past Aaron into the dripping darkness of the hollow. "Kate told me he was ending it," Luke said, his voice barely a whisper. That night, he poured the bourbon, pushed the vial across the board. He said, "It's the same one. Do it, or I will tell them it was you who helped me with Eleanor. Your fingerprints are on her prescriptions, your diagnosis in her file. Who will they believe? He wanted me to be his executioner, to make me his final, perfect accomplice. To bind me to him forever, even in his death." Luke's Winter River eyes finally met Aaron's. "I put the vial in my bag. I left. I drove away. I decided I would let him live with his hell. But he had already taken the dose. Before I even arrived, he had already won. The game. The silence. It was all he had left. Aaron understood then. The altered schedule. Luke arriving to find his blackmailer already carrying out the sentence on himself. The hurried departure. Not anger, but horror, and a terrible, complicit understanding. Lyric's agitation. She must have suspected her uncle's past crime, feared the ledger, but had no proof. Ember's and Bryson's loyalty. Perhaps they knew fragments, enough to guard the house secret to the end. Casey's observations, the pieces of a truth too monstrous for the village to face. Don Alderwood had engineered not just his death, but the aftermath, weaving everyone into the fabric of his final silent manipulation. There was no arrest to make. The coroner's report, when it finally arrived, would list undetermined toxicity with a note about possible accidental ingestion of a rare botanical compound used in taxidermy, found in Alderwood's shed. The city would call it inconclusive. The Hollow would accept it, would let the silence reclaim the story. On his last day, Aaron stood on the hill overlooking Cedar Hollow. The morning fog lay in the valleys like pooled silence. He held the small, empty prescription vial he had found in the secret compartment. It was clean, devoid of prints. It meant nothing and everything. It was the instrument of a suicide designed to look like a murder. A final act of control by a man who could not bear to be forgotten, who chose to weave his end into a mystery that would forever haunt the living he left behind. He closed his fist around the vial, feeling its cool, smooth glass against his skin. He did not throw it into the woods. He did not pocket it as evidence. He simply held it, staring at the quiet, distorted landscape below. A community forever shaped by the echoes of a silence it would never truly break, grappling with the terrible, unanswerable weight of a truth that changed nothing and everything. The train back to the city was a jarring symphony of noise and motion after the hollow. Aaron stared at his reflection in the dark window, but saw only the study, the portrait, the gap on the shelf. He had filed his report, a masterpiece of omission and suggestion that would satisfy his superiors and bury the truth under bureaucratic dust. The vial was now in his own desk drawer at home, a paperweight for a case without closure. A week later, a plain envelope arrived at his apartment. No return address, but the postmark was Cedar Hollow. Inside was a single key, tarnished silver, and a slip of paper with one sentence in a delicate feminine hand he recognized as Ember's. The lockbox said First Cedar Trust. He left it for the silence holder. He went on a Saturday. The bank manager, after verifying his identity with a solemn nod, led him to a vault. The lockbox was small. The key fit perfectly. Inside, nestled on velvet, was the little black ledger. He did not open it there. He took it to a corner cafe, ordered a coffee he didn't drink, and finally, with a sense of trespass that felt like a physical chill, He lifted the cover. It was not a ledger of finances. It was a chronicle of souls. Names, dates, incidents. The mayor's son's hit and run. The postmaster's embezzlement to cover his wife's medical bills. The diner owner's affair. Luke Evans' signature on Eleanor's falsified prescriptions. Each entry was a chain, each secret a link. The final entry was his own. Aaron Shaw, detective, city, sees patterns in omission. Will take the silence with him, a suitable heir. The last word struck him like a blow. Iardar. Not to money, but to the burden. Donna Alderwood had, from beyond the grave, appointed him curator of the Hollow's quiet ruin. He could burn the book. He could mail it back. He could turn it over as evidence and watch the village tear itself apart in a spectacular, legalized unraveling. He sat for a long time. Then he closed the ledger. He paid for his coffee. He walked back to his apartment through the city's indifferent roar. He placed the ledger in his desk drawer next to the empty vial. They sat there together, two halves of a terrible whole. He did not know what he would do with them, but he understood now that the silence was not in Cedar Hollow. It was inside him. It had taken root, and in the quiet of his own rooms, he finally heard it for what it was. Not an absence, but a living thing, patient and waiting. The phone rang 2 days later. It was Lyric. Her voice was stripped of its former defiance, thin and frayed. He left something for you. I didn't know. I just found the letter for me, with the will. It said to tell you to check the box. I thought you already had. I did, Aaron said, his eyes on the closed drawer. There's more, she said, and he heard the tremor in her breath. The will. It's all mine, the house, everything. But with a condition. I can live there. I have to maintain the property for a minimum of 5 years. If I sell, it all goes to a historical trust he set up. He's anchored me here. He knew I wanted to run. He knew the money would trap me in the house. The house would be my cage. He's still pulling strings. Aaron thought of the ledger, the power it represented. You could burn it down, he said, not entirely joking. Her laugh was a hollow sound. And be free? No. The strings are in my head now, just like they're in yours. That's what the letter said. You will understand the architecture of control. You will live within it. You will become it. Oh, she paused. What did you find, detective? What did he leave you? A responsibility, Aaron said, which was both true and a lie. Don't, she whispered, and the line went dead. He did not sleep that night. He took the ledger from the drawer and placed it on his kitchen table under the stark overhead light. He went through it again, name by name. He saw not just sins, but context. He saw the human frailty behind each entry, the moments of weakness Alderwood had harvested and weaponized. He saw the village not as a collection of suspects, but as an ecosystem of quiet desperation, with Alderwood as the predatory species at the top. Data. And now, he was being asked to step into that role. The suitable heir. A week passed. He went through the motions of other cases, petty thefts and domestic disputes that felt trivial, almost insulting. The ledger called to him from its drawer. He found himself thinking of Bryson's stooped shoulders, of Ember's watchful eyes, of Dr. Evans's exhausted confession. He thought of Casey, tending his garden, watching. They were all waiting, though they might not admit it, for the other shoe to drop, for the new silence holder to make his move. He made a decision. He drove back to Cedar Hollow, but not to the house on the hill. He went to Luke Evans's clinic after hours. The doctor was locking up, his shoulders tense until he saw Aaron. The wariness in his eyes was profound. I'm not here for you, Aaron said, preempting the unspoken question. He held up the ledger. I have it. Luke's face went ashen. He fumbled with his keys, finally gesturing Aaron inside to the empty waiting room. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. "What are you gonna do?" "That depends," Aaron said. He left it to me. A bequest. I could use it. I could ensure you never practice again. I could make the mayor's life hell. I could own this town from my apartment in the city. "You could," Luke said, his voice flat. "That was his design, to corrupt you, to continue the game." "Or," Aaron said, opening the ledger to a specific page, "I could settle the score." He tore out the page bearing Luke's name and the details of Eleanor's prescriptions. He did it slowly, the rip loud in the sterile room. He held the torn sheet over the metal wastebasket, took a lighter from his pocket, and set it aflame. They watched it blacken and curl into ash. Luke stared, uncomprehending. "Why?" "Because he wanted me to keep it," Aaron said. "He wanted the control to continue. The only way to break the design is to refuse to play." He tore out another page, the mayor's son's incident, and burned it. Then another. The postmaster's shame. The diner owner's secret. One by one, he committed them to fire in the quiet clinic. "But the power," Luke stammered. "You're destroying it." "I'm returning it," Aaron corrected him. "To the people who never should have lost it." He burned the final page, the one with his own name. He was wrong. I won't take the silence with me. I'm leaving it here. The ledger, now empty but for its brittle binding, felt light in his hands. He placed it on Luke's desk. "You should burn the cover too, or keep it as a reminder of the prison you lived in. Your choice." And he drove away as night settled over the hollow. He did not feel lighter. He felt like a man who had amputated a limb to escape a trap. The phantom ache would remain. In his rearview mirror, he saw a single light go on in the Alderwood house, a yellow square in the vast dark. Lyric, in her cage. He had freed the secrets, but not the people. Some structures were too deeply built. Back in the city, the noise was the same, but it felt different. The silence inside him had changed. It was no longer Alderwood's waiting, predatory quiet. It was his own, a chosen quiet. The quiet of a man who had held a terrible power and deliberately let it turn to ash in his hands. He knew he would dream of the hollow for a long time. He knew the case would haunt him, not as an unsolved mystery, but as a lesson in the architecture of human hearts. He opened his desk drawer. The empty vial still sat there. He picked it up, rolled it in his palm, and then, without ceremony, dropped it into the trash. It was just glass now. The silence was finally, truly, his own. The feeling of finality lasted 3 days. On the 4th, his captain called him in. The man's face was unreadable, a bureaucratic mask. "Cedar Hollow," he said, tapping a file on his desk. "The Alderwood estate. We got a complaint." Aaron's blood went still. A complaint. From the Historical Trust. The one named in the will. They're alleging possible evidence tampering. They say a detective was poking around after the case was closed, burning documents in a local doctor's office. The captain's eyes were flat. Dr. Evans confirmed the visit but denied the burning. Said you were just talking. The trust is pushing. They smell something. Aaron kept his breathing even. Luke had covered for him. But the trust, Alderwood's creation, was acting as his posthumous agent. The game wasn't over. It had just changed boards. It's harassment. The case is closed. Is it? The captain slid the file across the desk. They've filed a formal request for a review of your conduct. Internal Affairs will take a look. It's a nuisance, but you're benched until it's resolved. Paid leave. Effective now. The walk back to his desk was long. Colleagues avoided his eyes. The silence in the precinct was different from the hollows. It was the silence of speculation, of judgment. He cleaned out his drawer, his fingers brushing the empty space where the vial had been. He felt no relief at its disposal, only a cold understanding. Alderwood had anticipated this too. He had built institutions, not just psychological traps. The trust was a legal ghost, continuing his work. He went home. The apartment felt like a cage. He stared at the phone, thinking of Lyric, of the light in her window. He did not call. He knew with a certainty that chilled him that the trust's complaint was a warning shot, a message. He had tried to dismantle the architecture, but he'd only exposed himself to its remaining structures. That evening, as he sat in the dark, the doorbell rang. It was Casey, the neighbor. He stood in the hallway of the city apartment building, looking profoundly out of place in his work boots and flannel shirt. "Figured you should know," he said, without preamble. "They're watching the house. Men in suits from the trust. They've been talking to Bryson and Ember, offering them pensions, security, in exchange for their continued service and their discretion." He shifted his weight. Lyrics rattled. "She says they're inventorying everything like they own the place already, waiting for her to slip up." "Why are you telling me?" Aaron asked. Casey's gaze was steady, no longer the benign observer. "Because I was on a page, too, back when I was young and stupid. A mistake that could have taken my farm. He held it over me for years. You burned my page. I saw the smoke from my kitchen window." He looked down the sterile hallway. "He's gone, but the machine's still running. Someone's got to jam the gears." After Casey left, Aaron realized the truth. He had not ended anything. He had simply moved from being the investigator to being a player. Alderwood's final design was a perpetual motion engine of control, and Aaron was now a part of its mechanism. Investigated by his own, distrusted by the town, connected to Lyric's fate. The silence he thought he owned was just a different frequency of the same old quiet. He knew then what he had to do. It wasn't about burning pages. It was about dismantling the machine itself. The trust had a board, a charter, a source of funding. It was a legal entity, and like any such entity, it had vulnerabilities. It could be challenged, sued, exposed to the light. He was a detective on paid leave, with time and a newfound understanding of how secrets were structured. And he had a ledger's worth of motives now living in the hearts of the people it had once bound. He went to his desk, not the drawer, but his computer. He began to research the first Cedar Trust, its members, its founding documents. This was a different kind of detection. He was no longer solving a death. He was planning a murder, a corporate one. And for the first time since he'd left the Hollow, the silence inside him had a purpose. It was no longer patient and waiting. It was focused, and it was hunting. The research was slow, meticulous work. It felt like archaeology, brushing away layers of legal dust to find the bones of Alderwood's design. The first Cedar Trust was a masterpiece of obfuscation. Its board members were figureheads, a retired judge from 2 counties over, a librarian, a distant cousin, all likely unaware of the true nature of the legacy they administered. The power, Aaron suspected, lay with the trust's lawyer and sole executor, a man named Silas Crow, whose office was in the city. Crow's name sent a chill through him. It was the final entry in the ledger, one he had missed in his focus on the townsfolk. A single cryptic line, "Silas C., the mechanic, keeps the engine oiled." Alderwood hadn't just left a book of secrets. He'd left a system with a custodian. Aaron requested a meeting under the guise of discussing the complaint against him. Crow's office was in an old, respectable building, all dark wood and leather. The man himself was in his 60s, with a perfectly trimmed silver beard and eyes that held no warmth, only a calculating precision. He did not rise from his chair. "Detective Shaw, I wondered if you'd come. Paid leave must afford you some free time." His voice was smooth, untroubled. "I'm here about the harassment complaint. It's frivolous and it's damaging my reputation. Crow steepled his fingers. The trust has a duty to protect the Alderwood legacy. Your actions in Cedar Hollow after the official closure of the case raised questions. Dr. Evans was understandably vague. But fire leaves a scent, detective. So he knew. No. Or he guessed. Aaron kept his face neutral. The case was closed. My personal follow-up is not the Trust's concern. Everything related to Don Alderwood is the Trust's concern, Crow corrected gently. He was a meticulous man. He ensured his influence would endure. The Trust manages not just the estate, but the stability of the community he cared for. Your burning of certain hypothetical documents would be an act of vandalism against that stability. Yeah, they know. Sorry. There it was. That velvet wrapped. Crow was the keeper of the flame, the one who ensured the silence was profitable and permanent. The Trust's money, Alderwood's money, was the true leash on the Hollow. You're admitting to blackmail, Aaron said flatly. Crow smiled, a thin, professional curve of the lips. I'm admitting to stewardship. The individuals you so rashly sought to free are comfortable in their arrangements. Security is a form of peace, detective. You disrupted that. Now you are experiencing a disruption of your own. It's a simple equation. It's a simple equation. Aaron left the office knowing he was in a different kind of fight. Crow was protected by law, by money, by a network of dependencies. Attacking him directly was impossible. The system had to be undermined from within. He drove back to Cedar Hollow one last time. He went not to the clinic or the big house, but to the diner. He sat at the counter and ordered a coffee. The owner, a man named Hal, whose affair was now ash in a wastebasket, poured it with a steady hand but would not meet his eye. Aaron slid a napkin across the counter. On it, he had written Silas Crow's name and the address of the Trust's main bank. He's the one, Aaron said, his voice low. Not Alderwood. Not anymore. He's the one who holds the strings now. The money, the threats, they come from him. He works in the city. He doesn't care about any of you. He just cares about the machine. None? Hal stared at the napkin, his face pale. He said nothing, but he did not throw it away. Aaron repeated this, in different ways, in different places. He told Bryson, who was pruning roses by the carriage house. He told the postmaster, collecting his mail. He gave Casey the full dossier he'd compiled on Crow and the Trust's financials. He did not tell them what to do. He simply gave them the name and the truth. He redirected the fear, the anger, the silent complicity, from a dead man's ghost to a living, tangible enemy. His last visit was to Lyric. She met him in the overgrown garden. She looked tired, but her eyes were clear. You're stirring the pot, she said. I'm giving the pot a target, he replied. The Trust is the lock on your cage. Crow has the key. The people here have the numbers, and they have motive. They just needed to know where to look. And you? What do you get? A clean silence, he said. And the knowledge that I didn't walk away. He left her standing among the untamed roses. As he drove out of the valley, he saw a convoy of 3 cars from the Trust heading in, sleek and dark against the dusty road. The battle for the Hollow was beginning, but it was no longer his to fight. He had armed the prisoners. It was up to them to storm the walls. The internal investigation cleared him 2 weeks later, citing lack of evidence. He returned to work to a cold case file, a missing person from a decade ago. He dove into it, the familiar patterns of comfort. Sometimes, late at night, he would search for news from Cedar Hollow. He found nothing of note. No scandals, no lawsuits, no news at all. The silence had reclaimed the narrative. But 6 months later, a short article appeared in the business section. The first Cedar Trust had been dissolved, due to irreconcilable differences among its beneficiaries and board members. Its assets, including the Alderwood estate, had been liquidated and distributed. The article quoted a local farmer, Casey Higgins, saying the community was looking forward to a fresh start. A fresh start. Aaron leaned back in his chair. He thought of Lyric, finally free of the house. He thought of Luke Evans, practicing medicine without a specter in the room. He thought of the Ledger's ashes and the name he had given them. The phone on his desk rang, a jarring sound in the quiet room. He picked it up. It was his captain. "Shaw, we've got a body. A lawyer, office downtown. Looks like a break-in, but something's off. The scene is meticulous. You good to take it?" Aaron looked out his window at the city's endless gray skyline. He thought of Silas Crow's cold, precise office. He thought of a man who kept engines oiled. "Yeah," he said, reaching for his coat. "I'm good." The silence within him was complete now. A tool, not a burden. He carried it with him as he walked out the door, into the noise, ready to listen for the quiet truths hidden beneath the world's relentless roar. The lawyer's office was on the third floor of a building that had seen better days. The scene was, as the captain had said, meticulous. Not a break-in, a statement. Silas Crow sat in his high-backed leather chair, perfectly upright, his hands folded on the polished desk. There was no sign of struggle, no overturned furniture, only the neat, deliberate slit across his throat and the single sheet of paper placed before him, weighted down by a smooth, river-worn stone. Aaron gloved up, his movements automatic. The other techs gave him space. They knew his history with the Cedar Hollow case, though they didn't know the half of it. He approached the desk. The paper was not from the ledger, that was ash. But it was a list. Names: Bryson, Ember, Dr. Luke Evans, and Dr. Casey Dye, Lyric Alderwood, and his own, Aaron Shaw, at the very bottom. It was typed, clean. Next to each name was a single word, released. Except for Crow's. Next to his name, which headed the list, was the word, settled. It was too neat, too poetic. A confession meant to be found, a narrative wrapped up with a bow. Aaron's eyes scanned the room, not for the obvious, but for the discordant note. The mechanic would have backups, digital ghosts. Alderwood would never have left his empire in the hands of a single man, without a fail-safe. Crow was the executor, but who was the heir to the executioner? He found it in the bookshelf, a volume of state legal code, slightly ajar. Behind it, a small modern safe, its door hanging open. Empty. Not a robbery of valuables, but of information. The true ledger had never been the physical book. That was a prop, a test. The real records were digital, and they were gone. The captain leaned in the doorway. Clean hit. Professional. "You see the note? Looks like someone from that town finally had enough." "It looks like that," Aaron agreed, his voice neutral. "You think it's one of them?" Aaron looked at Crow's placid, bloodless face. "I think he made a career out of being the only one who knew how the machine worked. When you do that, the machine can't work without you. This isn't revenge. It's a system shutdown." He left the scene an hour later, the image of the note burning in his mind. Released. It felt less like an absolution and more like a transfer of debt. He drove not to the precinct, but to his apartment. He half expected to find Casey waiting again, but the hallway was empty. The silence in his own rooms was different now. Charged. The phone call from the captain had been too timely. The case too perfectly suited to his history. It was a message, but from whom? And for what? He knew then he would have to go back. Not as a detective, not as a savior, but as a witness to the final act. Cedar Hollow had settled its account with Silas Crow, but the withdrawal of that much quiet from the world had created a vacuum. And nature, as Alderwood well knew, abhorred a vacuum. The next morning, he called in. He took a personal day. The drive to the hollow was familiar, the winding road a path into a past he had tried to seal shut. The town looked the same, yet fundamentally altered. The for sale sign in front of the Alderwood estate was crooked, as if placed in haste. The garden was wilder, the windows of the great house blank. He went to the diner. Hal was behind the counter, but he met Aaron's eyes this time and gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. No words were exchanged. He got his coffee and took a booth. Ember came in 10 minutes later, sliding into the seat across from him. She looked older, the lines on her face deeper, but her gaze was steady. "It's done," she said. "Not a question. The police think it is." She smiled, a thin, joyless thing. "Good. Let them think it. Who has the records, Ember? The real ones?" Her smile faded. "The records are gone. The safe was emptied into the furnace at the old mill. Bryson supervised. We all watched. Every hard drive, every flash drive, every scrap. It's all smoke now. And the person who took them from Crow's safe." Ember looked out the window at the quiet street. "A ghost. A useful one. We needed someone from outside, someone who knew systems. Crow had a secretary in the city, a woman who worked for him for 20 years. She knew everything, and he paid her in scraps and threats in case he found her. We made her a better offer." "We made her a better offer?" She turned her gaze back to Aaron. "Freedom is a currency, Detective. You taught us that. We pooled our resources. Now, Daddy." Aaron sipped his coffee. It was bitter. "So it's over." "Well, for us," she said. "For you, you're on the list. Released. But you and I both know some releases come with conditions. You're a part of the story now. The outside world thinks it's a closed circle. A crazy old man died. His lawyer was killed by a disgruntled beneficiary. The end. But you know it's not that simple. You know the architecture. That knowledge makes you a loose end in someone else's story." He left the diner, her words settling into the quiet spaces of his mind. He walked up the hill toward the estate one last time. The front door was unlocked. The house was empty, stripped bare of furniture, the only sound the echo of his own footsteps. In the study, the floorboard where he'd found the ledger was still slightly raised. He knelt and pried it up. Empty, of course. But as he stood, he saw it. Carved into the underside of the heavy oak desk, a phrase he hadn't noticed before, hidden from normal view. A suitable heir is one who understands that the silence never ends. It only changes hands. He traced the letters with his finger. Alderwood's final lesson. He hadn't wanted a successor to wield his power. He had wanted to create a world where the very idea of such power would perpetuate itself. A self-sustaining ecosystem of secrecy and consequence. Aaron had tried to break it by burning pages. The town had tried to break it by killing Crow and burning drives. But the silence had simply shifted, from blackmail to conspiracy, from one keeper to many. He was at the door when he heard a car pull up. It was Lyric. She got out, carrying a single suitcase. She looked at the house, then at him. "Leaving?" he asked. "Finally," she said. "The sale goes through next week. I'm taking the money and going somewhere with no history." "Wise." She studied him for a long moment. "You shouldn't come back here, Aaron. It's not your silence to carry anymore, but you will carry one. We all will. The difference is, now we choose what we're silent about." She got in her car and drove away. Down the hill, out of the hollow. Aaron stood on the porch of the empty house, the wind moving through the pines. He understood now. The case on his desk, Crow's murder, would go cold. The evidence would point nowhere conclusive. The city would move on. He would solve other cases, live his life. But he would always listen, not just for clues, but for the particular quality of a silence that is chosen, that is shared, that is protective. A silence that binds not through fear, but through a common, unspoken understanding of the cost of noise. He got in his own car and started the engine. In his rearview mirror, the Alderwood house grew smaller, just a structure of wood and glass, empty of everything but the echo of its own design. He drove toward the city, toward the noise, toward the next body, the next mystery. He carried the silence with him, not as a ghost, but as a tool, a compass. It would always point him toward the truths that lived in the quiet spaces, in the things left unsaid. He was, after all, a suitable heir. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.